Pedroia leads things off for the Red Sox, and he takes a fastball for a strike. So we're underway, and again, these three series, all three, should be rather electric.
One thing when you play the Red Sox, you know they're going to take a lot of pitches.
Pedroia, who was last year's American League most valuable player, hitting .306 with 2 homers and 24 RBIs.
They get a lot of guys on base because they walk so much.
And a pop-up right side. That's into shallow right field. Worth comes on. And there's one away. So 3 pitches, 1 out here in the top of the 9th inning. Phillies returning home, or top of the 1st inning. I'm speeding already through the game, Wills.
Well, you got my attention with that. I thought, man, that game flew.
Well, I was thinking about, I was writing the number 9 in my book as Worth made that catch. And I was thinking about, you know, the fact that the last couple of games have gone into extra innings.
As Whitey would say, even though he didn't mean it, I'm hanging on your every word.
Well, here's one away for J.D. Drew. Drew hitting .267 this year. Terry Francona 3 games ago decided to put J.D. Drew into the number 2 spot in his lineup, and he has responded.
Seems like he's always hot when the Phillies play these guys, or whoever he's with. He loves to hit in this ballpark too. And he's another guy who walks a lot.
You see what he's done here in the month of June after hitting just .258 in May. He's riding a 4-game hitting streak into tonight's ball game. The Red Sox got Jacoby Ellsbury back today. He's missed the last few games, and he would normally be toward the top of this lineup, but because Drew has hit so well, they've kept him at 2, Pedroia at 1, and Ellsbury's down in the lineup.
Terry Francona before the game was saying they weren't sure whether Ellsbury is going to get through BP all right tonight, and they may even have to scratch him, but they evidently have not.
Good pitch from Blanton, and the count holds 2 balls and 2 strikes. Now the umpires for tonight's ball game, Bill Miller will call the balls and strikes. Jim Joyce is over at first base. Brian Runge's at second, and the crew chief Darryl Cousins is around to third. That's going to be another foul ball, so the count holds 2-2. Red Sox begin play tonight 36-24. They're coming off a sweep of the Yankees, and they have won 9 straight against the Yankees and are 8-0 this year against New York.
And it really looked like they're going to lose that game last night to Sabathia.
Nolan just misses. Well, because of their sweep, they're 2 games up in the American League East. And you see the American League East standings.
And the Phillies, of course, play all those teams. They've already played the Yankees.
Slow roller right side. Utley waits, and Drew is retired, 2 away. In the National League East, well, the Phillies have gotten some separation from the New York Mets because they took 2 of 3 from New York at Citi Field. They're now 35-23 and 4 games up over the Mets, 6.5 over Atlanta. And I don't know if you saw any of the comments from Bobby Cox after yesterday's game for the Braves, but he is wondering what the heck his team has to do to capitalize on some good pitching.
Yeah, they don't hit. That's their problem. They don't score runs.
Kevin Youkilis has certainly hit this year for Boston. He is second in the league in batting average and riding a 5-game hitting streak into this game.
Talk about an on-base percentage guy. That's Youkilis.
.472 on-base percentage, which is tops in the American League.
He walks a lot, takes a lot of pitches. Even when you get these guys out, they run up a pitcher's pitch count.
He almost had, Blanton did, almost had Youkilis fishing there.
He has that strange batting style where he has the hand up on the bat as he goes through his practice swings and then slides it down. Like, see right there, and then
takes a call, 3rd strike. Good first inning for Joe Blanton. He throws 15 pitches and retires the Red Sox in order here at the top of the 1st. No score. The Phillies coming up for the first time. Out here tonight at Citizens Bank Park as we go to the bottom of the first inning, no score. Let's take a look at Charlie Manuel's starting lineup. Brought to you by AT&T, your world delivered. Leading it off at shortstop is Jimmy Rollins. Chase Utley, the second baseman, bats second. Jason Worth is in right field hitting third, followed by the first baseman Ryan Howard, who's the cleanup batter. Raul Ibanez, the left fielder, hits fifth. Shane Victorino, the center fielder, bats sixth. Pedro Feliz, the third baseman, hits seventh. Carlos Ruiz does the catching. He'll bat eighth. And batting ninth and pitching, of course, is Joe Blanton. And they'll be facing left-hander John Lester, the 25-year-old. He's had himself a pretty good start to his career.
23 strikeouts in his last two starts. This guy is really hot right now. So I say that 5.09 is really deceptive when you look at his ERA, because he's one of the hottest pitchers in the American League. Has a tremendous walk-strikeout ratio, and he is a power pitcher. Southwest Airlines scouting report on him. You see his fastball, his velocity is a great cutter, and you're going to see it a lot, especially to the right-handed batters. The guy's a cancer survivor a few years ago, and he's a heck of a success story, Tom.
Oh, facing Jimmy Rollins, who has a 10-game hitting streak against the Boston Red Sox. And you saw his numbers against Boston when we were running down the starting lineups. .337 for his career against Boston. Overall, Jimmy batting .226. And he chops one towards shortstop. Nick Green's got it. And J-Roll's retired, one away. Lester is coming off a complete game in his last outing, an 8-1 victory over Texas, in which he struck out 11 and allowed 2 hits. And he'll face Chase Utley.
You know, the guy had a no-hitter last year and was working on that perfect game his last time out. He can dazzle you on a given night, and he will throw that cutter a lot to left-handed hitters also.
He's allowed just 2 earned runs in his last 15 innings of work. And with Chase Utley up at the plate, Red Sox have 3 infielders on the right side of the diamond.
It's a little bit surprising with the way they're probably going to pitch him away.
Lucky McDonald's Phillies home run jackpot contestant is Mike O'Farrell of Philadelphia. The Phillies hit a home run in tonight's ball game. The Mike's going to win $100. Introducing McCafe coffees at McDonald's, a new line of lattes, mochas, and cappuccinos. What a road trip for Chase. 9 RBIs, 10 walks, 8 runs scored during the road trip. He was 13 for 39, and boy, was he exciting in New York. 1-2 the count to him.
These are really good games.
See what Chase has done here in the month of June. 4 home runs already, matching his total from May at a .333 batting average. It's kind of quiet for Chase because I think he was under 300, but over the last 24 games, he's hitting almost .350. And he just keeps poking the ball in each direction. Well, the Phillies need him to be successful if they're going to continue this successful run that they've had the first couple months of the year. And he foul tips that one into the glove of Varitek, and he's down on strikes for the second out. On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, the Twins defeated the Cubs 7-4. Joe Mauer and Jason Kubel, excuse me, each hit home runs for the Twins. Milton Bradley, well, he had a brain cramp in today's ball game. With 1 out, he caught a pop-up in the outfield and then turned and threw the ball into the stands.
Lost 1 in the sun, had a base running mistake, also doubled in a couple runs. It was a Milton Bradley type of day.
Well, the Cubs have dropped to 500 in the standings.
Well, and they're very fortunate because nobody's running away in that division. So even at 500, Tom, they're hanging around a couple games, maybe 2-3 games out of first place.
Jason Worth back up in the number 3 hole against the left-hander John Lester. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
He's already burying that cutter inside of right-handed hitters, and he got Utley on a cutter. He throws a lot of them, and if you're a third base coach, you better stay loose, and also people down the left field line, because hitters start to hook them down there, the right-handed hitters.
Red Sox have a little different defensive alignment tonight than what they're generally used to. Kevin Youkilis is playing third base. He's normally playing first base. And David Ortiz, who's normally a DH for Terry Francona, is playing first base tonight.
He's going to give Ortiz one start in the series. Two left-handed pitchers coming up. And Tito said, I'm going to start Poppy tonight, Big Poppy tonight, and then Lowell will play tomorrow night. And Youkilis will go back to first.
Jay Happ and Cole Hamels, we'll see them. We'll see Jay as the series moves on Sunday.
Yeah, Bastardo tomorrow night.
Yep. And there's ball 4 to Worth. A 2-out walk. Bastardo will face Daisuke tomorrow, and then Josh Beckett and Jay Happ on Sunday. So a 2-out base runner for the Phillies. Here's Ryan Howard. Ryan also had a pretty good road trip from a power standpoint. 4 homers and 8 RBIs. And he's popped himself into the top 5 in home runs with 18. And he also has 48 runs batted in and is second in the league in extra base hits now. We're at the short lead at first base. And they are giving Ryan the entire left side of the diamond, which is not uncommon. But Youkilis is even a step or two closer to the middle.
Well, especially if you've been scouting the Phillies lately. Ryan Howard has not hit many balls the other way. And obviously they have been. They're really playing him to pull even in the outfield, which is unusual.
It's that one foul. 94-mile-an-hour fastball, and it's 1-1.
A lot of times the center fielder will play towards left center on Ryan Howard. And the infielders, of course, pull him in a pull defense on the ground. Fly balls in the air that go the other way.
See Ryan leading the majors in home runs since 05. David Ortiz is 5th on that list. Ryan has 195 home runs overall, which is tied for 8th in franchise history. David Ortiz, meanwhile, has 293 career home runs.
Yeah, he's gotten off to a really slow start this year. He just hit his first 3 home runs recently. Good run on Lester. Pick it out on his move home because his times are slow. He really takes a while to unwind out there. Davey Lopes has all that stuff filed away.
Two and two the count to Ryan.
Throws all those hard cutters and then throws a curveball. And that's the one thing about Lester. He can roll that out there. Look how far out in front Ryan Howard is of that thing. Because he was looking for something hard.
Lester's picked off 5, which is tops in the American League.
That's what I mean. If you can figure it out, you can run on him. But he'll hold runners on.
Worth doesn't go. 2-2 outside. Ball 3. Good eye by Ryan. That's a tough pitch to take.
96 mile an hour. He just missed.
Raul Ibanez in the on deck circle. Jason Worth will be off and running. Ortiz plays behind him at first. There goes Jason. And the pitch is pulled to the right side. Pedroia's got it. And the inning is over. So the Phillies get a base runner. They strand 1. We've completed 1 here in Philadelphia. No scores. We go to the second. Hill will contribute $100 for each Phillies victory and 5 cents for each carton of Phillies Grand Slam ice cream sold to support the Phillies youth baseball and softball programs. Joe Blanton starts Jason Bay off with a strike here in the top of the second inning on a very comfortable night here at the Yard. Jason Bay with 16 home runs and 57 RBIs. He is second to Raul Ibanez for the major league lead in RBIs.
This guy's done a tremendous job. After Manny Ramirez left, you know, the Red Sox really perked up because he was a problem. He just didn't want to play for them, and he was dragging them down. They made that deal for Jason Bay, got him from Pittsburgh. And has he ever done a good job for them?
Looked like there was a Jason Bay fan right behind home plate.
Yeah.
Letting him know that I guess the fan is from Canada as well. See, his 16 home runs is 4th best in the league. And he's down on strikes. Blanton picks up his second strikeout.
He's got a good curve and slider again tonight. And boy, that's been the key to him lately, having both those breaking balls working. Here you are, another. That's a slider, a real quick one. It was up a little bit, but it just fooled Bay and he swung over it.
So Bland's got the first batter out here in the top of the second. Here's David Ortiz. Ortiz batting only .203 with 4 home runs, but he's hit 3 home runs in the last 7 days.
Hit him off some good pitchers too. That's why they think, well, he's still got something left in that tank.
And he rips that one over the head of Utley. That's a base hit. He'll only get a single out of that one. And it's the first hit of the night for either team. David Ortiz battled a wrist injury last year, and they think that he picked up some bad habits trying to come back from that wrist injury.
Well, Phillies are lucky he didn't get that baby airborne. He scalded a base hit there. He was out there early today around the cage, and Phillies, Charlie out there, and the coaches and players. And you never seen so many guys with their hands on their knees just doubled up. He makes everybody laugh. Charlie does too, but David Ortiz, there's just evidently something about him that he is just so funny and you know, one of those really good guys.
Jason Varitek bunts.
Huh?
I guess he's built that into his resume.
What was that for? Off a right-handed pitcher?
With Ortiz running too.
Look at Tito. Like, what was that for?
There's J.C. Romero and David Ortiz before the ball game. Now these two guys were teammates not only with Boston, but also they came through the Minnesota Twins farm system together.
I mean, everybody who's around David Ortiz just winds up laughing all the time.
Maybe we should do a chemistry experiment tomorrow, Wheels. Why don't you go up to him tomorrow and see if he'll make you laugh?
You know what Terry Francona says about him, Tom? He says no matter who Terry introduces him to, Big Papi makes that person feel like the only person in the room. He says he has the most unbelievable personality of making somebody feel welcome. And that's why they're all rooting for him so much, you know, to come back and be able to do the things that he's done before because everybody likes him so much. Look at him just chirping away.
The other thought is too is that, you know, they may be good enough without him, but they're a whole lot better with him.
Oh.
3-1 the count to Varitek.
Yeah, what a presence he is in the middle of their lineup when he's hitting.
Jacoby Ellsbury in the on deck circle. Howard holds on Ortiz. And there's ball 4. So the Red Sox have runners on first and second here in the top of the second inning. Well, we talked about the Chicago Cubs. They're at 500 right now, but they're still a good ball club. And they'll be in town Monday, July 20th, start a 3-game series. It wraps up at 1:05 on the 22nd. That's a Citizens Bank Business Person Special. And at Modell's Kids Run the Bases after the ball game. You can get your tickets now by logging on to Phillies.com. Also some seats available for next week's matchup against the Toronto Blue Jays. And Carlos Ruiz is going to pay a visit to Joe Blanton because as he's gotten into the stretch, he's kind of lost his arm slot a little bit as he falls behind Ellsbury 1-0.
Well, you know, we talked about these guys right at the beginning of the telecast tonight. You're going to see a weekend full of deep counts. When you play the Red Sox, they take a ton of pitches.
And it's 2-0.
It's just they do not swing at bad balls, and it's up and down their lineup. They hardly have a wild swinger in the whole group. Just their philosophy. It's the way they play.
There's a strike for Blanton. One thing that Joe has not done in the last handful of starts, you see Ellsbury's numbers this year. He's been out the last few games with a shoulder problem. Joe hasn't walked a whole lot of guys. In fact, he's only walked 2 in his last 2 outings. And he's got the count even, 2-2 to Ellsbury. Wheels mentioned before that Blanton has faced this Red Sox team before because of his time in the American League. And Ellsbury 2 for 11 against him. In the air to center field. It's going to carry just a little bit. Now it's going to kick back in. Boy, the wind really got that one. And Victorino makes the catch, so they're 2 away.
Yeah, the ball wasn't carrying tremendously in batting practice for a warm night. The wind's blowing in quite a bit, kind of towards left field. I mean, left towards right and in a little bit. Well, Victorino right there thinks he has this one under control, and then all of a sudden the wind takes it, and he's really got to hustle after it.
Yeah, he wasn't playing too shallow either, and he took a few steps back and then curled in.
Well, that'll give him an indication how tough it could be to hit it over his head.
Nick Green checks his swing. They appeal to Jim Joyce. He says no swing. Green has been playing shortstop a lot of the time for Lowry, who's been out with an injury. They expect to get him back shortly.
Lugo struggled. The shortstop's been not a tough position for them to have consistency this year.
This is why Green's had success. 471 with runners in scoring position and 2 outs. And Blanton has worked ahead, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Saw this guy with the Braves a few years ago, and he was a pretty good player when he first came up, and he kind of fizzled out. I think he went to Tampa Bay after that, and then bounced around the minor leagues, and now here helping out the Red Sox.
He didn't play at all in the major leagues last season.
Right.
Good spot. The count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. So the runners will now be off with the count 3-2 and 2 men down. On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, the Braves have taken a 2-1 lead over the Orioles as Escobar's hit a 2-run home run. Game's at the top of the second down at Camden Yards. Runners go. Payoff pitch. Off the end of the bat. Behind the mound. Jimmy Rollins comes in. And the inning is over. So Blanton strands 2 here at the top of the second inning. We've played 1.5 here in Philadelphia. It's going to be Ibanez, Shane Victorino, and Pedro Feliz for the Phils. Phillies and the Red Sox, no score. And a little of the reaction for Raul Ibanez as he steps up to the plate.
Well, we got a Raul here tonight, and you've also got that sound they make for Kevin Youkilis. The Red Sox fans go "you" when he comes up.
Raul begins play tonight riding an 11-game hitting streak.
Left-handed hitters have hit 276 off Lester this year, and they've hit 6 homers off him. A lot of that had to come early in the year.
He's given up 11 overall. And Ibanez takes one for a strike.
Now, Raul, unlike Utley and Howard, they do not put that overshift defense on Ibanez because he sprays it around a little more.
Raul had a pretty good road trip, and it culminated last night with a great defensive play. You see the defensive alignment and the 3-run home run in extra innings to beat the Mets. Second in home runs, first in RBIs, first in runs scored. I mean, look at where those numbers sit for Raul.
Yeah, that 1, 2, 3 ranking. What is he, second now in the All-Star voting? Is not a mercy booking. He has earned it. It's not just hometown fans trying to put their guy in, which these fans are trying to do, which is great, but he certainly has earned every bit of it. Oof.
Takes a curveball inside. It's 2-2. Here's the home run last night.
Yeah, he had a changeup that was down. You know, left-handed hitters love the ball down. He hit it through that pea soup fog into the New York Mets bullpen, and what a dramatic homer that was.
And he rips that one into right field, a base hit. It's a 12-game hitting streak for Ibanez.
Well, Lester tried to come with back-to-back curveballs on him because he buckled his knees on the one before that, but that one he hung.
There's Danny Martinez, who celebrated his 50th birthday yesterday, and we got a chance to hear his call on the Spanish Baseball Network last night.
Carrera dice encima en la segunda base. Lanzamiento viene. Elevado hacia el bloque derecho. Profundo. Atrás la buscando Martínez. Atrás. ¡Esa pelota! ¡Nos regresa! Raúl Ibáñez.
Well, the call was great. As you see Danny there calling Raul's home run and really letting the Raul lay out. But the laugh from Ricky Ricardo, who was his partner at the time, and he's his partner right now in the booth. That was kind of funny, too.
That's a great name, isn't it? Ricky Ricardo. Where'd you hear that before?
Lucy. 5 years the Phillies have been carrying baseball on the Spanish Baseball Network.
Listening to more of that, I heard him say, a la derecha. Means to right.
Well, it was to right. I asked him, I said, did you have trouble seeing the ball because it was so foggy? He said, well, because the park is so large, and I think we all felt that way. He wasn't sure if it was going to go out or if it was going to hit the wall.
Thought it was a double when he hit it.
1-1 the count to Shane Victorino with a runner on first.
Boy, that cutter is nasty. Once in a while you'll find a left-handed pitcher that has one of those outliner. Think back on him, how good his was. But it just ties up right-handed hitters. It's a fastball. It looks like it's more towards the middle of the plate, and then when the hitter swings, it's coming right at him. If you're a right-handed hitter.
Tried another breaking ball, and it slipped out of his hand, and it's 2-2.
He's throwing a lot of curveballs tonight, too. Throwing many of the right-handed hitters are using more curveballs than left-handed batters.
Shane has had better success, as you see there, as a right-handed hitter this year. He was 3 for his last 23 coming into this ballgame. And he lines one toward left field. That's going to be it for a base hit. And it's going to head to the wall. Ibanez got a good jump. He's going to be held up at third. And the Phillies, with back-to-back base hits, have something rolling here in the bottom of the second inning against the Red Sox at John Lester.
That's a good job by Shane. It looked like he got a cutter, and it didn't get in on him, and he opened up and whacked it. If you're a right-handed batter, you almost have to look for some cutters from this guy and open up early. And he opens up. Doubles to left field.
15th double of the year for Shane. And the Red Sox will play the infield back here in the bottom of the second inning for Pedro Feliz, who's been red hot. A 7-game hitting streak for Pedro, and he bounces one toward third. Youkilis backs up. His only play is to first, and it's bobbled by Big Papi, and he picked it back up out of the air. Oh boy, I thought Feliz crossed the bag in time.
Wow. It
is an RBI, and the Phillies lead it 1-0.
That's hard to believe. That bounced right back up to him in time for Feliz to be out at first base.
Davey Lopes said something initially and then pulled back as he looked over toward the dugout.
Well, yeah, when you see him bobble the ball, you think he's going to be safe. Youkilis backs up a little bit, throws it low. There he bobbles it, and boom.
Oh, yeah, he did have it.
He caught it.
He had control of it.
Yeah. He plucks it right out of the air, right there, and Feliz is just banged at first base.
But it's an RBI for Pedro, his 31st of the year. And here's Carlos Ruiz. Carlos was 0 for 15. Or is 0 for 15 against the Mets, so he was hitless in this series against New York in 2 games.
Victorino, of course, if he had any idea what was going to happen over there, it'd be at third base now. I'm sure, you know, Victorino, that's one of those plays where, you know, probably thinks he should be over there.
Two and one the count to Ruiz. Another cutter from Lester. Saw those numbers on Carlos. 343 over his last 21 games. And what an asset 7 and 8 have been for the Phillies. And he's got a duck on the pond there, and Shane Victorino.
That's a good point, Tom. They really started to pick up their offense when the bottom of the order contributed.
2-2 now to Carlos.
That's a really good backdoor breaking ball.
Gets that one toward the middle. And Pedroia to a knee throws out Carlos. 2 away as Victorino goes over to third. Well, it would be nice for some way that the Phillies sneak this run home. And we mentioned that Shane didn't get over to third on that throw by Kevin Youkilis. He would have scored on that ground ball by Carlos Ruiz. But now he's at third for Joe Blanton. We wondered about wild pitches. Lester has thrown 3 wild pitches so far this season.
That's a pretty good catcher he has behind home plate too. And Varitek wound up coming back to them. He was trying to get a big deal somewhere else, didn't happen. Wound up back with the Red Sox, and they're happy to have it.
Slow roller up the third base line. It's going to be a foul ball. And it's quickly no balls at 2 strikes to Blanton.
Now you watch here. Here's the play. Now Youkilis, he doesn't even really look him back, and Victorino was on his way back. And you see he's really close to second base right here. And I think he probably figures he should have been further down, and then he could have sensed what happened there. Because Youkilis did not even look him out. Youkilis didn't look him back. I'm not saying he should have been at third base, but it's one of those ones where maybe he's bouncing around a little bit more out there, and further down, he had a chance to get there.
Cue shot over the glove of Lester. Pedroia charges, bare hands, throws in time to get Blanton. Oh boy, that had a chance to be an infield hit for Joe Blanton, and Pedroia made a fine play to finish up this second inning. The Phillies do get one. They could have gotten more if not for this play by Dustin Pedroia to throw out Joe Blanton. On to Phillies.com. Go to the fan forum section for all the information, and please submit your answer on the subject line. The question is, who is the last second baseman with 200 hits, 50 doubles, and 100 runs in one season? The answer will be revealed in the 7th inning. Got that one, Wheels?
Think about it. You know, that guy that won the MVP for the Red Sox last year put up some pretty good numbers.
If you had one of those that lady has right there, you can research it right away.
I'm not allowed to do that.
That's true. That would be cheating.
That would be cheating, and I don't do that.
Well, the Phillies lead at 1-0 as we begin the top of the 3rd inning. And Joe Blanton was just trying to beat out an infield base hit. A little cue shot over the head of John Lester.
That's why Ruiz just took a walk out there to see if he needed oxygen.
So Carlos will settle back in behind home plate. And he'll face John Lester. Lester 0 for 9 in his career as a hitter. And Blanton starts him off with a strike.
Yeah, that's one of those things with these American League pitchers, of course, just do not hit very often.
And even through the minor league system, the American League pitchers do not hit.
Yeah, it's one of the advantages. Well. It's one of the advantages, Tom, you have in interleague play.
3 strikes for Joe Blanton. Different spots around the plate. He picks up his 3rd strikeout.
Well, he has to figure he just has to throw some strikes to Lester and he can get him. But in interleague play, when you're playing the National League Park, you do have the advantage that way. And sometimes you can even take the DH out of the lineup if he can't play in the field. Well, tonight, you know, they're using David Ortiz in the field.
Well, back to the top of the order now for Dustin Pedroia. Pedroia popped out his first time up. And he takes a slow breaking ball inside for ball 1. Joe Blanton back on May 26th began the game with an ERA of 7.11. And now, as we begin the top of the 3rd inning, his ERA is at 5.26. And he had a lot of innings under his belt, and that tells you how well he has pitched over his last handful of starts to drop it that much. 2-1 the count to Pedroia. Speaking of interleague play on the Toyota Major League scoreboard, Robinson Cano has hit a solo home run, his 10th of the year, as the Yankees lead the Mets 1-0.
That game is at Yankee Stadium, of course.
And the Yankees have 58 home runs at Yankee Stadium.
And it's never surprising when you see a left-handed hitter like a Cano with a homer. You have a feeling he probably pulled it.
That one's pulled down the left field line. It's going to hook foul.
Talking to Terry about Pedroia before the game, Dustin Pedroia. This guy does he has such a huge swing for a little guy. Figure there's no way he can be as good as he is. And Tito says, yeah, we agree. You know, everybody says that about him, but he is able to, as he puts it, barrel it up as good as anybody he sees with that big swing. He says he makes unbelievably good contact. He hardly ever strikes out. Toughest guy in the league to strike out, and that is a huge swing. I mean, he just flat out loads up.
Just drops back on that back leg.
He does. He does it like he's a big power hitter. Look at it. Watch this.
And he hits it in the air to right center field. It's pretty deep. Jason Worth on the run. Has room. Makes the catch. And there are 2 away. Boy, Jason, and that wasn't the hardest of plays, but he has played such a great right field during the course of the season.
He was tremendous in that series in New York. You know, obviously he saved the one game, but Tommy takes so many other hits away from hitter. Now watch. Look at him load up on that back leg. And he's only about 5'6", 5'7", maybe 5'8", and he can really drive the ball. Well, he's the MVP in the American League.
J.D. Drew bounced out to second, his first time up.
Better not say he's 5'6", because he can't be much more than 5'7" or 8. He and Jimmy Rollins were standing next to each other down there, and you look at the size of both of them. Most valuable players.
Yeah.
So, you know, it just shows you one of the great things about baseball. You don't have to be huge to be good.
Oh, look at Yogi Berra.
Yep.
Victorino on the run. Diving grab. What a play by Shane. Oh, there's a little Gold Glove defense there from Shane Victorino. Boy, did he close quickly. And his arm was just long enough to make that grab. Little defense once again for the Phillies to finish up the top of the 3rd inning here at Citizens Bank Park. Your world delivered by Southwest Airlines. Southwest Airlines is ready when you are. Go to southwest.com. Grab your bag. It's on. And by Bud Light. With just the right taste that never fills you up, the difference is drinkability. Now, the Phillies are the best defensive team in all of Major League Baseball. Shane Victorino just showed everybody why to finish up the top of the 3rd inning.
You know, you made a point last night of how good the Phillies outfield defense has been overall. And we just gotten finished talking about how good Jason Worth was, and then whammo, great play by the center fielder, Victorino, and of course Raul Ibanez has been very good in left field.
Yeah, Jason, I think that park, Citi Field, I mean, I think all of us know that he's a good defensive outfielder. That park really accentuated how good he is.
Because it's so big.
Yep. 1-1 the count to Jimmy Rollins, and he loops this one foul. First base side. Big Poppy's not going to get to that one.
No, that was an adventure.
He had no shot. He didn't get to that one, but Shane certainly got to this one.
What's really remarkable about this play, Tom, is that when he hits the ground like this, the ball doesn't jar loose. He manages to not let his elbow hit. And there you see the crowd and Jason Worth congratulating Shane. If his elbow hits, a lot of times, you know, kind of jars it loose, but his arm went out flat and then the ground didn't do it. He turned his glove around so that the ground couldn't knock it out. That's just a great play.
Jimmy slices it the opposite way, foul.
J.D. Drew hitting that ball. That's a stand-up triple. It gets by it. Worth would back it up, but the way Drew runs.
Well, people talk about Shane's speed and just how much that helps as an outfielder. That was not only speed, but that was some pretty impressive athleticism, too.
Yeah, and they had him play perfectly, too. You know, you didn't have to go that far for it.
A little cue shot by Jimmy towards second base. And J-Roll's retired. One away here in the bottom of the third. And that'll bring Chase Utley to the plate. Chase went down swinging his first time up. Only strikeout so far for John Lester. I think Chase liked that pitch.
Certainly didn't like Bill Miller's call. I got a couple of guys that are pretty loud strike callers in this team. Miller, and tomorrow night Joyce is really loud.
Richard Joyce, the first base umpire. He's got some pipes. They still can't hold a candle to Dutch Renner, but they're pretty loud.
And there was a guy when I was a kid back in the 50s, a great umpire named Al Barlick, who became supervisor of umpires, and he may have been the loudest of all time. He could really bellow.
Off the hands, a pop up toward the right side. And Chase is retired for the second out. Well, if you're traveling and can't watch your Phillies on TV, you can always catch the game on your computer with MLB.tv. The ultimate baseball experience, featuring 100 out-of-market games per week live on your computer, and catch those you missed on demand. For more details, visit Phillies.com, where baseball is always on.
Now I found out how you can watch 4 at one time. That's kind of neat.
It's the Mosaic feature.
The Mosaic, right. There's all kinds of different features on that.
I watched a little of last night's game this morning in the archive section.
Was it still pretty good?
It was still pretty good. In case you missed it, the Phillies won on a 3-run home run by Raul Ibanez.
Yeah, it was 6-3.
Jason walked his first time up, was stranded on first.
Made that bus ride home last night a little nicer.
Charlie Manuel's adjusted his lineup again tonight, putting Chase Utley in the number 2 spot because of the left-hander John Lester on the mound. He's done this from time to time when there's a left-hander on the hill.
They have one left-hander in their bullpen who's really good, Okajima, and their bullpen has just been outstanding. A lot of hard throwers out there.
In the air to straightaway center field. Ellsbury is back. He has room a few steps from the track, and the inning is over. Worth put a pretty good swing on that one. The Phillies, though, retired in order here in the bottom of the third. Well, we played 3. Phillies hanging on to a 1-0 lead. Don't just watch, play along live online with Michael Barkan and Ricky Vitalico at csnphilly.com. Make predictions, answer trivia, chat with friends, and earn points to win great prizes. Play Friday Night Fever right now by logging on to csnphilly.com, keyword fever. Gary Matthews joins us here at the top of the 4th inning. Kevin Youkilis leads it off. He struck out looking his first time up. And Blanton's throwing strikes tonight. He throws one there, and the count is 0-1.
Yeah, just having a little trouble when he gets into that, in his stretch, not being able to throw the ball where he wants.
Joe, over his last 3 starts, has allowed 4 earned runs. That one's in the air to right field. Pretty deep. Jason Worth going back to the warning track, and it's gone. And that one carries out for Kevin Youkilis, his 11th homer of the year. And the Red Sox have tied this one up at 1.
I almost could tell by the sound. Ball going out in right center. Got good wood on it. Youkilis a little unorthodox in terms of his batting stance, but when he gets ready to hit the ball, he's a lot more conventional. Pretty good clutch hitter. Now watch this. He goes right out and get it. Not a bad pitch on the outside part. See how he starts. Brings that bat down and then right into the zone with power.
Had 29 home runs last year. He has 11 now, and that brings Jason Bay to the plate in a 1-1 ball game. Each team with a couple of base hits tonight. Every hitter has their own style, but his is really strange how he gets to the ball.
Yeah, he just starts with his hand split, but that's his mechanism for getting ready to go into the ball.
Just saw Brad Mills, who is Terry Francona's bench coach with the Boston Red Sox. He's on Terry's coaching staff here in Philadelphia as well. And there's ball 4, so Jason Bay, his 42nd walk of the season. He was 3rd in the American League.
And take a look at it. Look where he has his bat.
Look where his feet are too, Sarge.
He has his feet almost pigeon-toed, but when he gets ready to hit, now there's conventional right there. Head down on the ball, hitting against that front leg, getting good results.
Here's David Ortiz with nobody out, and he takes one for a strike on the inside corner. Ortiz ripped a single to right his first time up.
He's got decent RBIs, but not like him. Only 4 home runs and then 200s.
Last year, he had 23 home runs and 89 RBIs, and that's partly because of that wrist that bothered him. 2 years ago, he had 35 home runs and over 100 RBIs, so he's not too far off of where he was. And people are wondering what the reason is. Is it because Manny Ramirez is no longer in Boston?
Has a lot to do with it.
As good as Jason Bay has been, you know, he's not Manny Ramirez, and you see the comparisons between this year to last year and even, let's say, to 2006. And he is called out looking. What a spot by Joe Blanton. That's his 4th strikeout. You can't place it any better than that.
Wow, he's got paint on the outside part of the plate. Ortiz hitting a fastball for a single the first time up. Big Joe Blanton making an adjustment. Now watch this pitch. Oh boy. Hey, now you know he did have his eyes checked too. And you can see a fan saying, hey, check your eyes there. David?
One of the most well-read cities in the country.
Now that's a pitcher's pitch all the way.
That brings Varitek to the plate with 1 away, and he takes one for a strike along the belt, and the count is 0-1. One of 2 walks issued by Blanton in tonight's game. Bay is the other one. He leads off first.
Now this club's a good fastball hitting club. You don't want to just keep getting in counts where you got to hit the fastball. Much like the Philadelphia Phillies. They're a good fastball hitting ball club.
Line drive caught by Utley. 2 away. Time now for our Geico quote of the day. And it comes from Jason Varitek on playing the Phillies. Phillies been a good club for years. You can't replicate the media and fan attention given to the Yankees Red Sox games, but our preparation will be just the same. We have to plan for Raul, Ryan Howard, and Chase the same way as we do Jeter, Rodriguez, and Cano. 15 minutes can save you 15% on car insurance. Visit us at geico.com or call 800-947-AUTO. Sarge, these are the last 2 world champions getting together this weekend, so instant respect for the Phillies.
Well, and also bragging rights, and get a chance to play each other during spring training. This is a little different, though, for all the marbles when the season starts. Both clubs are in first place in their respective divisions.
3 names that Varitek talked about: Utley, Howard, and Ibanez, comparing them to 3 of the bigger Yankee players. And the Red Sox certainly prepared for New York as they swept them this past week and have swept them the entire season.
Boy, that's just huge for Boston when you go in and you're able to sweep that second place team, and more so the Yankees.
2-0 the count to Ellsbury. Joe got Ellsbury to fly out to center field his first time up. And that one is going to find the hole on the right side, of base hit. Bay's going to stop at second. And the Red Sox have runners on first and second with 2 away here in the 4th. Red Sox weren't sure if Ellsbury was even going to play today. Wheels mentioned before that they were going to see how he was going to be during batting practice. He's been plagued by a sore shoulder. Terry Francona held him out of the Yankee series. Talking to DeMarlo Hale, the third base coach today for the Red Sox, he thought he would play, and DeMarlo is in charge of the outfielders defensively for the Sox. As Nick Green takes one outside. But it wasn't until they finished BP that they thought that Ellsbury was okay enough to get into the lineup.
Yeah, a lot of times you'll get there, take batting practice, it starts to loosen up, you start to feel a little better, and then you get the okay to play. Well, there's Joe in that stretch again. He has a tendency to let his balls go high. It's been a little difficult finding that strike zone.
Well, he found it there, and it looked like Green was taking all the way. It's 2-1.
They used to go with the fingers on the sign. Now they're going with touches. You'll notice Ruiz touching different parts of the mask and so on. Good pitch.
Breaking ball, swung on and missed. Green tosses the bat down. I don't know if he realized that the ball was loose. Carlos makes the tag, and the strikeout is complete. That's the 5th K of the day for Joe Blanton, and he strands 2 more. We played 3.5. A little frustration from Nick Green. The Red Sox, though, tie it up at 1. your Quality Plus Ford dealers. By Thomas Jefferson University Hospitals. Call 1-800-JEFF now. And by Bud Light. With just the right taste that never fills you up, the difference is drinkability. It's a 1-1 game in front of a sold-out crowd here at Citizens Bank Park. Bottom of the 4th inning. I mentioned before, these are the two teams that have won the last 2 World Series championships. Around baseball, there are some great matchups this weekend. But I would think that a lot of the focus on this interleague setting is right here on Philadelphia. Because the Red Sox and the Phils getting together.
Well, definitely. That's a big game. You got the Mets playing the Yankees. Another big game.
Ryan grounded out his last time up. And the count is even, 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, you look at some of the matchups, Sarge. The Mets are leading the Yankees, by the way, 2-1 in the top of the 3rd. Yeah, but the Marlins and the Blue Jays, the Nationals and the Rays, the White Sox and the Brewers. Nothing really jumps out at you aside from the Mets, Yankees, and the Red Sox and the Phillies.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree with you more.
And Howard's down on strikes, and that's the 2nd strikeout for Lester. Well, one of the reasons why the Red Sox have been such an attraction is because of what they have done since the '99 season, but in particular since 2004. 2 World Series championships.
Wow.
And last year they finished with 95 wins, won the wild card, and wound up losing the American League pennant to the Tampa Bay Rays. Terry Francona, the former Philly manager, has done a very good job in his role as the leader of what they call Red Sox Nation. Terry won 285 games as the skipper here in Philadelphia. And he's won over 500 games with the Boston Red Sox.
Well, you have so many different personalities usually on the Boston Red Sox. Takes a special manager to deal with it.
Well, there's certain cities too that attract the attention of their baseball team and are somewhat similar. New York, Chicago, Boston, Philadelphia. I mean, those are the teams that, they attract the most attention, it seems, around the country. 3-1 the count to Ibanez. And wouldn't you agree?
Oh, they have big name players on both those teams, and they win a lot. That's the other reason that you end up having the following, and certainly for the Yankees and lately for the Boston Red Sox, and winning championships will do just that.
I mentioned the Cubs, but I guess you got to throw the White Sox in there as well. But I think the Cubs even have an edge over the White Sox in the attention that they got.
Oh, no question about it. And the difference between night and day.
Foul tip into the glove of Varitek, and Ibanez is down on strike. 2nd straight strikeout for Lester. Another team that you get a chance to watch here at Citizens Bank Park in interleague play, the Toronto Blue Jays. They come in town on Tuesday for the start of a 3-game series. Don't forget, Wednesday, prior to the ball game, the Phillies will salute Jackie Robinson. And Thursday, it's a 105 Citizens Bank Business Person Special. You can log on to Phillies.com to purchase your tickets today. Victorino doubled his first time up. He had a good at bat against John Lester.
Lester throwing that hard cutter, and has that fastball upwards of 95 or so, and he's been consistent with it with a breaking ball. And there's that cutter that acts as if it's a slider, but harder. Jerry Kuzman with the Mets used to throw that quite a bit.
Line drive down the left field line. If it's fair, it's extra bases. It's a foul ball.
Oh boy, he stayed on that changeup. That's how you want to hit it. Just a little bit out in front. Other than that, he would have hit that ball right out of the ballpark. Good extension on that changeup. Look how he stays back, foot down, head down on it. Foul by a foot or so. Boy, those are the kind as a hitter you really want to have those balls stay fair.
Shane's done well against the Red Sox. He's batting over 300 against them in these interleague matchups. Tries to check his swing. Did he go? Yes, he did, says Jim Joyce. I think the body went more than anything, and Lester has just struck out the side here in the bottom of the 4th inning. He's retired 9 in a row, the last 3 on strikeouts. Ryan Howard, Raul Ibanez, and then finally Shane Victorino. A good ball game so far as Joe Blanton goes to work here at the top of the 5th inning in a 1-1 game. John Lester saw 3 pitches his first time up, went down on strikes. The 4th one is a strike thanks to his swing and foul ball, so it's 0-1 to him.
Usually you want that pitcher to take a strike just to start to get that pitch count up for the opposition.
Chopper toward first. Blanton's going to be there to cover. Executed perfectly. One away. Finish the Phillies game with Michael Barkan and former Philly pitcher Ricky Bottalico's extensive game breakdown plus player reactions with Marshall Harris on Sloan Toyota Presents Phillies post-game live after the game only on Comcast Sportsnet. Saw Marshall here before the ball game. There was some news before the game that Marshall was taken in, and Scott Air has been placed on the disabled list by the Phillies, and Kyle Kendrick has been called up from AAA Lehigh Valley, and he's in the bullpen. Scott said that he felt some tightness in his calf in the bullpen last night during the Mets game. He came on and pitched, threw a couple pitches, got an out in an inning, looked pretty good too, and then the calf started bothering him even more. So the Phillies placed him on the 15-day DL, called up Kyle Kendrick. And Charlie Manuel said before the ballgame the reason they called up Kyle because A, he was pitching well, and B, they feel like they need some length from somebody just in case out of the pen. And Kyle was supposed to start tonight for the Iron Pig. So there's Kyle. It was good to see him today.
Yeah, so that means it'll be in that long relief role. So if a pitcher gets knocked out early, he would be the guy along with Park.
Belize, perfect throw. So 2 outs here in the top of the 5th inning. And the Phillies and the Red Sox even at 1. And Sarge, I know you were only in the American League one time with the Seattle Mariners. I asked you about Yankee Stadium. And they asked you about playing at Fenway. Did you get a chance to play at Fenway?
I don't remember even getting an at-bat.
Really?
There, as a matter of fact.
Who was your manager?
Williams. Dick Williams.
So he's in the Hall of Fame. Let's call him up right now and give him what for not putting you in Fenway Park.
It was awful. He was awful, too. I did. I beat him in cards all year long, too, as a matter of fact. But he had bragging rights because they beat us in San Diego to get to the World Series.
So he made that known to you every single day you're with the
Isn't
Seattle
that
Mariners.
Yeah, exactly right. That's why he was always throwing cards.
There's J.D. Drew with a count, 1 ball and 1 strike.
He's had a good career, though. Dick Williams going to the World Series.
And a Hall of Famer, too. Well, you know, the funny thing about playing at Fenway, what I wanted to ask you is that big green monster. I mean, you were an outfielder. I just wondered if you got a chance to play.
Oh, those are my DH days, Tom.
I know. I just thought maybe they'd slide you out there for that one game.
No sliding. That's when I knew it was time to go, too. Hard to really get up when you're a DH.
Good curveball from Blanton, and Drew bounces it foul.
The reason being, with your teammates, they're always telling you all you have to do is just go out and hit. You don't have to play the field. So you'd ride bikes, try and keep yourself loose, but it's a difficult task. You got to get used to that role.
Well, and you never had a chance to play in interleague play, but it's such a big part of the game now. You know, I know that you've been around the game for a number of years. What's your feelings about it?
I like it. I do. I still like, though, to be able to play in your division.
In the air to left field, it's pretty deep. Ibanez is back, and that's going to be the second home run of the night for the Red Sox. Second opposite field home run for the Sox. And J.D. Drew has just given Boston a 2-1 lead.
Well, you really hate that after you have those 2 outs, but you can see their approach, though, for the Boston Red Sox hitters. They're trying to hit that ball the other way. Euclid did that as he went to right center. He's coming up right now. J.D. Drew picking on left center. And let me tell you something, that ball was juiced. Hit that ball a good ways. Now you see how he got extension, but he's going that way. Big Joe Blanton needs to get that ball down just a little bit. You won't get the same type of damage on the outside. Yeah, I like that pitch. Boston Red Sox hitters, they're used to seeing hard pitches inside, especially playing the Yankees the way they do. It's one of the reasons, though, you like keeping that ball down. If you get extension going the opposite way with these strong guys, they go a long way.
Good pitch at the knees, a called strike 3. Strikeout number 6 for Joe Blanton, and he just froze Kevin Euclid. He thought it was low. Bill Miller liked it. J.D. Drew has given the Red Sox a 1-run lead. Second home run of the night for the Sox, and they lead it 2-1 as we go to the bottom of the 5th. Independence Blue Cross fireworks night. You can get your tickets now by logging on to Phillies.com. 4-game series are not often the case in the National League or the American League anymore, but the way the schedule breaks, the Phillies will face the Reds for 4.
Johnny B. Baker, manager of the Cincinnati Reds. He'll be here with his wristbands all up his arms and a toothpick in his mouth.
Yeah, what's up with the wristbands, Sarge?
You might want to ask him about that.
0-1 the count to Feliz. Pedro got an RBI his first time up. That gave the Phillies a 1-0 lead. Red Sox have since hit solo home runs to take a 2-1 lead. One by Kevin Youkilis, the other one by J.D. Drew.
Now, when you're driving the ball to the opposite field, that will keep you on the ball for the most part. But when you make solid contact, that's when that ball really travels. That same pitch, if you pull off, you either hit a little ground ball or pop the ball up.
All those things you just talked about are the case with Pedro. I mean, he is staying on the ball a lot better than he did last year, and that's why his average is up over 300.
Yeah, I don't know because of his injury or he just feels a lot better. Very seldom has he been bailing at the plate this year.
He's down on strikes. That's 4 straight strikeouts for Lester. And he has struck out 5 in this ballgame.
Now, he's a strikeout pitcher. His last 2 outings struck out 23 batters as he gets Feliz on this slider or cutter down and in. Tough pitch to hold up on for a right-hander.
So Pedro's retired. Here's Carlos Ruiz. He's trying to end this stretch of 10 straight retired by Lester. Phillies got back-to-back hits in the second. Had runners on second and third with nobody out. They got 1 run home. But since the double by Shane Victorino in that second, they have not had a base runner. Carlos grounded out sharply to second base his first time up, so he's 0 for 1. To the count to Carlos Ruiz.
Well, this Lester does throw the ball pretty good. He throws hard, keeps the ball inside, has a pretty decent changeup, and he throws a lot of curveballs to the left-handed hitters.
There's a curveball there, and it stays 1-2. Lester is kind of a remarkable story, if only because of his win-loss record, but even beyond that, he's 32-13 for his career. But back in August of 2006, he was diagnosed with a form of lymphoma and didn't pitch again until 2007. But last year came back and won 16 games. And he also threw a no-hitter.
You have a tendency to appreciate your career a lot better when you're going through things like that. And obviously fans gravitate to athletes going through some of the same similar things that everybody else does. Same kind of problem. Fight his way back and to do as well as he's doing. You pull for guys like that. Certainly not tonight, though.
No, I was going to say maybe on Monday you pull for him. Well, Terry Francona, his manager, certainly gravitated to him. You saw the emotion when Lester threw his no-hitter last year between Francona and John Lester as Ruiz stays alive. And after his last start against Texas, how about this quote from Terry? You hate to bring up Steve Carlton because that's not fair. But those were some pretty devastating breaking balls that Lester threw to the Texas Rangers. I mean, that's a pretty good company.
Yeah, oh, I'll say it is.
Carlos tries to hold. Did he go? Yes, he did. 5 straight strikeouts now for Lester, 6 overall. And he's retired 11 in a row, and the Phillies fans don't think that Carlos went around. And I don't know. I didn't think Shane went around to end the 4th inning. Carlos there looked like he may have broken the plane.
You can see right now, and anytime you get out in front, it didn't look like he broke those wrists, but anytime you get out in front and that body gets out there, you see how that ball drops down, they usually will call that.
Well, and there's that breaking ball that we were talking about.
Yeah,
or that Terry Francona was talking about.
Well, and the one thing, though, about Steve Carlton, he would be able to repeat it. When Steve Carlton was pitching, he said that he didn't see anything other than the target that was being given. Didn't even look at the hitter.
Blanton down on the count, no balls at 2 strikes. Six strikeouts in a row for John Lester. He has struck out the side the last 2 innings, and he's also retired 12 in a row overall. We've played 5. It's a 1-run Boston lead. Is delivered with the bat throughout the road trip, and no at-bat was more important than his 11th inning game-winning home run. On the flip side, it is Jason who has glistened in the outfield, traveling all around Citi Field, defending his position and laying it all out for a Phillies win. This combo effort is brought to you by Independence Blue Cross. We're here for you every step of the way. Well, the defense that the Phillies have put up during the course of this year is not just about the infield. It's not just about the outfield. It's about Carlos Ruiz and how well he has played. I mean, this team, and that's the great thing about the Phillies, and Jimmy Rollins said this during the parade last year, at the end of the parade, when the Phillies won the World Series championship. This is about the team, and they've made only 19 errors this year, and that says what kind of team this Phillies ball club is, and the one that Ruben Amaro and Pat Gillick before him have put together.
Yeah, well, they take a lot of pride, and Ruben knows without a doubt you can't win without good defense, and he talks about that every time he starts to talk about his ball club. And if you don't have good defense, you can't judge your pitching because they're throwing extra pitches.
2-2 the count to Jason Bay, who walked his last time up, struck out his foul ball. The count holds 2-2. It's a David Ortiz fan who picked up that ball, and his reception's not going to be a good one. And Bay is now on strikes for the second time tonight. Well, John Lester's striking out some batters, but so is Joe Blanton. That's his 7th of the game. And there's one away here in the top of the 6th inning.
See where the pitch is there. Oh, way off the plate. Bay not seeing that ball too well. 14 total strikeouts in the game.
Blanton got David Ortiz his last time up. So you said before that you like that.
Yeah,
I know as as pitchers go, Brett Myers is always good at this by getting a guy off the plate.
Want to move his feet, don't want them to feel comfortable.
Off the plate. And Blanton could have walked that over to first base. They're 2 away.
There's the point I'm making. When you throw in like that, then you throw away, the hitter isn't as aggressive, and you can see Ortiz hitting that ball off the end of the bat. That's why you do that. That's why you like moving the hitter's feet. Now take a look at this. Now his hips are already clear. See where his hips right there, already clear. And then he swings on the bat and hits that off the end of the bat. Anytime you clear your hips on an outside pitch, not going to have good results.
Now, when you say clear your hips, meaning that we can see both sides of the hip.
You can see your belt buckle almost.
That's it. And you like could. That. I like that. 0-1 the count to Varitek with 2 outs here in the top of the 6th inning. By the way, speaking of Brett Myers, I saw Brett today walking in the clubhouse with Ruben Amaro as Joe Blanton hits the 100 pitch count. It's good to see Brett at the ballpark today. Varitek did not hold up. He says yes that he went around, and he did. It's 1-2.
Yeah, these guys geared for the fastball. You can get them on off-speed stuff. So Brett was looking pretty good.
Yeah, he was. He was walking with a little bit of a limp after his hip surgery. Curveball. And you see the comparison between the 2 starters. They have both been very good tonight. And Blanton has walked 2. He's given up 4 hits. I mean, the only blemishes have been the 2 solo home runs.
Yeah, those balls, both balls were up in the strike zone.
That one's hit hard. Utley to his left makes a nice play. And another 1-2-3 inning for Joe Blanton. It's his 3rd of the night for the Phillies. As we go to the bottom of the 6th inning, the top of the order is due up. More on car insurance, visit us at geico.com or call 800-947-AUTO. By WB Mason. Who but WB Mason for amazingly low office product prices. And by Southwest Airlines. Southwest Airlines is ready when you are. Go to southwest.com. Grab your bag. It's on. A sold-out crowd here at Citizens Bank Park. And people ask all the time about the best new venues in baseball. We saw Citi Field this past week. And, you know, with the electricity in this ballpark all the time, with the openness of the stadium, I don't know if you can find a better new ballpark in all of Major League Baseball.
And as a player coming in with a full house just gets your adrenaline flowing.
Now we start the bottom of the 6th inning. John Lester has struck out 6 straight for the first time in his career. Mark Kotze has come on to play first base for the Red Sox. So David Ortiz's night is done. There's Mark.
It's going more with defense, I'm sure.
Jimmy's 0 for 2. He's grounded out twice. And he loops one toward left field and hung up enough for Nick Green. Boy, if that had a little more hook on it.
Yeah.
Well, John Lester last year threw 7 scoreless innings against the Phillies. Did not allow an earned run in his 7 innings, and he's been just as good tonight.
Oh, this guy is filthy because of the fact that he pitches in. You can see how hard he throws and has good movement on his pitches. Get a pitcher doing that. They are tough.
Threw 99 pitches in that ball game. Struck out 5. He's got 7 strikeouts here. Phillies did manage 6 hits against him that night, but only 2 in tonight's game.
Well, these are the type of pitchers you like to really get up against just to see where you are as a hitter, especially a right-handed hitter hitting off of them, because the ball is coming into you. Consider that a challenge. And you can see how many fastballs that he's been throwing all night. One of the reasons why you stay on that fastball and adjust. You don't want to get to the point where he can throw you that hard breaking ball because it's difficult to stay off of.
There's Jimmy, who ended the string of 6 straight strikeouts for Lester, but he's retired 13 in a row.
Yeah, got a hard cutter right on his hands.
And Chase is down looking. That's the 8th strikeout of the night for Lester. And he froze him. And there are 2 away.
One of the reasons you want to get these pitchers early, because they settle in and they start making pitches like that. Just making them up. I mean, right on the black. And Utley staying in there, but not able to pull the trigger.
Jason flat out to center his last time up. Walked back in the 1st inning. Red Sox seem to have an abundance of starting pitching, which is very uncommon in this day and age in baseball. Not only do they have Lester, of course, but they have their other 4 starters right now. Tonight, John Smoltz is pitching in a rehab start in Syracuse for the Pawtucket Red Sox, the Red Sox AAA affiliate. Clay Buchholz has been tearing it up in AAA. So they're going to have to make some decisions sometime in the next week or so, because they have a good rotation as it is.
Yeah, those are always great to have a problem like that. Too much pitching. And you know Smoltz, he's going to help out if he gets there.
Brad Penny, who you see right there, I mean, he pitched great baseball last night against the Yankees. And he's been pitching real well lately. Ball 4, and Jason Worth draws the 2-out walk. Second walk issued by Lester. Second time that Worth has gotten the first on that. Hey, Saturday, June 27th and Sunday, June 28th is the Phillies weekend at the Hall of Fame in Cooperstown. Special Phillies themed tours, Phillies trivia contests, and replays of historic Phillies games. You can log on to baseballhall.org. That's baseballhall.org to reserve your tickets, or call 888 Hall of Fame. That's 888 Hall of Fame. And if you haven't had a chance to get up to the Hall of Fame, it is a great spot to go to as Chan Ho Park loosens in the bullpen. And Ryan Howard, who's 0 for 2, takes a breaking ball for a strike.
Keeps you off balance. There's the breaking ball. Again, that is not the pitch you want to try and hit. The breaking ball's got to be up for it to be a strike, or before you want to offer at it. But you'd really like to stay on that fastball, even though it's 94, 95 easier to hit than the breaking ball, especially if it isn't hanging. Jason's been over at first a couple of times with 2 walks. Should have a pretty good read over there on Lester.
Jason tied for the team lead in stolen bases. He, along with Jimmy Rollins and Shane Victorino, have stolen 10. And it's 0-2 now to Ryan.
Pretty quick pitch there on a slide step. And this would be a good time for Jason Work to try and steal a base. See, there's that slide step. Very difficult to try and run on it. And then that hitter, he quick pitches them. And Howard has a little mechanism to get him going.
Jason was leaning a little bit, but he's back standing without a tag. Charlie Manuel is hoping his offense can get something rolling here against these Red Sox.
A lot of times they'll keep throwing over, and that is to keep that runner close so that if they do throw that breaking ball, then it's difficult to steal. That's the pitch, however, that Jason wants to steal on would be a breaking ball.
And Ryan's down on strikes. There is that breaking ball that Sarge was just talking about. 9th strikeout of the night for John Lester. Phil Strand 1. We've played 6. Got a pitcher's duel rolling along here.
Local group does silence with that song right now, and that's what Lester's got in this ballpark right now. He's turning it really silent with all these strikeouts. There he is, John Lester. Said he's a strikeout pitcher.
Here's Jimmy Rollins on the run, makes the grab to retire Jacoby Ellsbury. That's a heck of a play by Jimmy. He got a great jump like a center fielder.
And time now for the Verizon game summary after that terrific play by Jimmy Rollins. See what Lester has done. 9 strikeouts. He has 3 double-digit strikeout games this year, including his last 2 of 11 and 12. He's working on another one. Kevin Youkilis and J.D. Drew with solo home runs. That's the difference in the game. And here's that play by Jimmy Rollins. With Ellsbury's speed, of course, Pedro's way up, protecting against a bunt, and that it's either Rollins or it's a single.
Just like Jimmy's ball in his last at bat. Chopper toward the hole, backhanded by Rollins. Off balance throw on one hop, not in time. It pulled Ryan off the bag. And Green also got up that line pretty quickly. So an infield single, and Terry Francona is going to send Lester up there with 1 out here in the top of the 7th inning.
Yeah, Francona loves his bullpen because he's got a lot of strikeouts out there, but his starter has a lot of strikeouts working.
What do you think he was just talking to Bill Miller about?
You know what? I have no idea, because
Miller's had a very John Lester, Joe Blanton friendly strike zone.
He's been fine back there for the pitchers. Maybe he's saying, you think I should bunt here? Think I have any chance to bunt here since I don't do this stuff?
Do you think if we played it back, you can read his lips to see what he says?
I don't think so on that one.
There's DeMarlo Hale, the third base coach for the Red Sox, laying down the signs.
Tito was really talking nice stuff about DeMarlo Hale before the game. What a good third base coach he is.
It's a good bunt. Feliz thought about second. Time now for our Citizen 7. These lucky fans are today's Citizen 7. They will each receive a prize pack courtesy of Citizens Bank. Citizens Bank with the most 7-day branches in the Philadelphia area. To find a branch near you, visit citizensbank.com. Well, 2 outs here at the top of the 7th inning. And to the top of the order for the Red Sox we go with Dustin Pedroia, who's 0 for 3. Pedroia won last year's American League MVP with .326 average, 17 homers, 83 RBIs. And it's 2 balls and no strikes to him. There are a lot of folks that thought that if Evan Longoria had played the entire year in Tampa, that he might have supplanted Pedroia for that MVP and also would have won the Rookie of the Year. Joe's being extra careful with him with a runner on second base.
Well, it's been hard to go wrong with either one of them. They're both outstanding two-way players.
It's sharply to shortstop. Pedroia got the green light. Jimmy Rollins going to throw him out, and Joe Blanton strands one in scoring position. Well, again, this has been a pitcher's duel, and it's time to stretch here in Philadelphia. Joe Blanton has been very good tonight for the Phillies. Up the fans trivia quiz answer. Who was the last second baseman with 200 hits, 50 doubles, and 100 runs in one season? What do you think, Wills?
Well, you know, since we're playing the Red Sox here, I'm going to say it's either Pedroia or Utley.
All right. Got to give one answer, Wills.
Well, it's Pedroia.
It is. Last year, 2008. That's why he won the American League MVP.
Just trying to go along with the thinking of John DeSangro that maybe it could have something to do with tonight's game.
I think John made that a very easy question for you, Wills.
Yeah, thank you.
Raul Ibanez leads it off against John Lester. They count 1 ball and 1 strike to him.
Lester keeps dealing that cutter, curveball. And they're going to get Ramon Ramirez, pretty good looking right-hander, up in the bullpen as the inning begins. Guy they got for Coco Crisp has done a tremendous job for them this year.
They also have Hideki Okajima. He's the left-hander that's up and loosening.
They really like their bullpen at the end of the game. Del Carmen struggled last night, but for the most part they hold leads.
And Ibanez down on strikes for the second time in this ballgame. That's 10 strikeouts for John Lester.
Well, tonight's starting pitchers, they've both really been good. Joe Blanton has given up 2 solo home runs, and that's the difference in the game. But he's also thrown a lot of strikes, gotten his strikeouts. Lester, another double-digit strikeout game. He had 11 last time out, 12 in 6 innings the time before that, and now he has 10.
He's got 9 since the 4th inning got underway. So you see the strikeouts for Lester tonight compared to what he did last time. So 21 strikeouts in his last 2 outings.
And the Phillies had a second and third nobody out on him and only got 1 run out of it. And that's the difference in the game now.
There's Shane in the count, 1 ball and 1 strike to Shane. He doubled his first time up, ripped the ball foul his last time up, then went down on strikes. Sounds strange, but he seems to be seeing Lester better than most tonight.
Well, Lester, what he's trying to do is that right there. He's trying to either get him out with cutters, you know, really establish in, and then have a guy thinking in and then try and backdoor him and throwing something away. And he's been very effective with it tonight. With the left-handed hitters, he's just eating them up.
He's fallen behind 3-1. Again, it's just a 2-1 game. Pedro Feliz waits on deck. Again, the bullpen for the Red Sox continues to fire. Hideki Okajima, Ramon Ramirez. Broke his bat. Green's got it. And Shane is retired for the second out. With 2 away here in the 7th inning. Major League Baseball and People Magazine are recognizing individuals who have made a difference in our community. Go to peopleallstars.com and vote for your favorite everyday All-Star who will represent the Phillies with a chance to be honored at the 2009 All-Star Game in St. Louis, July 14th on Fox. And we will meet all 3 of the people who the Phillies have honored and will continue to honor individually tomorrow. Help you maybe make a decision, make your vote a little easier. Pedro Feliz swings and misses at the first pitch, and it's 0-1.
Phillies are warming Chano Park up in their bullpen. If Blanton's going to come out and pitch the 8th or not, certainly if they got to him, they'd hit for him. There he is.
That's what you call being fooled right there.
Yeah, you're looking for something hard, and he drops a hook on you.
Lester's career high in strikeouts came this year against the Blue Jays. It was 12.
Hard to believe this guy's coming in here with a 5 ERA, but then you just go back to the last few starts, and that's a little bit of eyewash, kind of like Blanton's 5 ERA.
Absolutely.
Same thing.
Pedro just trying to stay alive on that one. The count remains 2 strikes.
Well, he's done such a good job of establishing into these right-handed hitters tonight that he can go away and get outs. He really used both sides of the plate very well. So is Joe. Lester hasn't given up one run in this ballpark in 2 outings now. That's really something. Come into this place against these hitters 2 straight years and give up 1 run in almost 14 innings.
Varitek can't hold on, so Pedro's still alive. On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, the Mets have increased their lead over the Yankees to 6-3. Gary Sheffield has hit a 2-run home run. And they're in the top of the 5th inning. That's Livan Hernandez on the mound for the Mets. One ball, 2 strikes the count to Pedro. And he's down on strikes. That's 11 strikeouts for John Lester, and he retires the Phils in order here in the bottom of the 7th inning. His night is most likely done. We go to the 8th. It'll be Drew, Youkilis, and Bay. Is brought to you by McDonald's. Introducing McDonald's McCafe coffees. Try hot or cold ice mochas, lattes, and cappuccinos. McDonald's, I'm loving it. By Coca-Cola, the official soft drink of the Phillies. And by your local Chevy dealers. Top of the 8th inning here at Citizens Bank Park. This has been a quick ball game so far. It's just past 9 o'clock in the East, and Chan-Ho Park will come on for Joe Blanton. This is the 14th game for Chan-Ho Park. He picked up a win on the road trip against the Mets. Joe Blanton threw 112 pitches, and he was dealing pretty well tonight. 7 strikeouts. He allowed 5 hits over 7 innings of work. So Chan-Ho Park on to face J.D. Drew, Kevin Youkilis, and Jason Bay. I thought maybe Charlie would leave Joe out there maybe to start one more inning. Figure he's due to that second in the bottom of the 8th inning. They pitched real well tonight.
Yeah, I mean, both these guys have. This has been a heck of a pitcher's game tonight.
J.D. Drew is the difference in the game tonight.
Well, he was close to being struck out on the 2-2 before that. I don't know what you guys thought. And then the 3-2 he hit out of the ballpark.
The 2-2 looked like it was a little inside. Joe Blanton was walking off the mound thinking that he had a strikeout, and it was a pretty close pitch, but it looked like it was a little inside.
He was staring down Bill Miller, the home plate umpire, as Drew was rounding the bases. There's Romero up.
One and two the count to J.D. Drew. You saw the numbers for J.D. Drew against Chan-Ho Park in his career. And there's a call. Strike 3 right on the inside part of the plate. And that's the first time that the Phillies have gotten Drew on strikes But overall, that's the 8th strikeout for Phillies pitching.
Chan-Ho Park, he's done a good job the last couple of times he's come out of the bullpen. He threw a fastball there and he took it.
Good spot too. Here's Kevin Youkilis. He's also homered in this game. Opposite field shot. Good velocity from Chan-Ho Park. That one hit 93 miles an hour. And there's a good pitch too. Boy, that was a great breaker by Chan-Ho Park. Charlie said he likes Chan-Ho Park's tempo, his body language, all that stuff, a whole lot more these last few outings. Trying to pepper that outside part of the play. That's a pretty close pitch. And it's 3-2.
Well, Youkilis, the king of taking pitches. Hey, Tate takes a lot of borderline pitches. In fact, he was complaining getting called out last time. Thought it was low.
He's gone down twice looking tonight.
Yeah. First time he walked away. Second time he complained.
And he's down on strikes for the 3rd time. A slider for Chan-Ho Park. He's got back-to-back strikeouts here at the top of the 8th inning.
There's a lot of whiffing going on tonight. Both sides.
That's 9 strikeouts for Phillies pitching. 20 strikeouts overall.
That hard breaking ball from Chan-Ho and got him to chase. Good job on a good hitter.
Two away, top of the 8th inning. Here's Jason Bay. Joe Blanton got Bay twice tonight. He rips that one through the hole at shortstop. And that's his first hit of the night.
They threw him with slow breaking ball there, probably a curveball. And Bay really waited nice, stayed back on to hit it hard in the hole.
Well, a reminder that this game will encore tonight at 10:30 p.m. Eastern Time on the Comcast Network. That's 12:30 in South Korea. Or excuse me, 11:30. Yeah, 11:30. 13-hour difference. Charlie Manuel's coming out, and I think he's making a double switch. J.C. Romero had been loosening up in the pen.
Well, Kotze's the hitter here in Ortiz's spot, a left-handed batter, and Romero is up.
And the pitcher spot is due up second for the Phillies in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Final out was made by Feliz.
We have not seen Greg Dobbs emerge from the dugout just yet. And Charlie is going to make that double switch. So Chan-Ho Park tonight is done. J.C. Romero coming on to face his old teammates. We've got a pitching change here at Philly. that Pedro Feliz's night is done over at third base. Charlie Manuel brings on Eric Bruntlett, so he'll bat second in the bottom of the 8th inning. And the new pitcher for the Phillies is J.C. Romero. This is his 6th ball game. J.C.'s appeared in 5 innings so far. He's allowed 4 hits and 3 walks. And he's coming on here because Mark Kotsay is the batter for the Red Sox. He came on to replace David Ortiz an inning ago. And he's batting for the first time. Kotsay hitting .286 overall. 1 home run, 1 RBI. And he hits it sharply toward the hole and right past Chase Utley. Bay stops at second base. A pretty quick swing there by Mark Kotsay. Yeah,
you kind of thought that they might. Romero does throw a lot of balls, and you thought maybe they're going to be a little bit patient there. And he comes right out and jumps on the first pitch fastball. Bang, base hit in the hole.
Yeah, nothing that Ryan could do about that. That almost nailed Jason Bay. That would have been the best case scenario for the Phillies.
Yeah. Yeah, Bay or Kotsay would have had his hit, but the inning would have been over.
Here's Varitek, who's 0 for 2. He's lined out, grounded out, and he walked back in the 2nd inning. And he can't hold up. He went around, and the count is 0-1. Joe Blanton went the first 7 for the Phillies. He was outstanding tonight. Gave up 2 solo home runs, but he struck out 7 and continues to pitch extremely well for the Phillies. Jan Hope Park got the first 2 outs in this inning. Then allowed a base hit to Bay, and now Romero, after allowing a hit to Kotsay, is ahead 0-2 to Varitek.
Yeah, these guys are going up there swinging fastball on JC, and then Kotsay got one. Varitek's gotten 2 sliders.
Phillies got J.C. Romero from the Red Sox. That was a good trade for the Phillies.
Yeah, the problem for J.C. and talked to Terry Francona about that after the Phillies had got him because he's pitching so well for the Phillies, and he said, hey, he just couldn't throw strikes for the Red Sox. He said they wanted to keep him, but every time he go out there, he walked people.
Well, and the other thing too is they had a pretty crowded bullpen at that time.
Right, but he liked him and he wanted him there. But he said, I couldn't keep a guy that wouldn't throw strikes late in the game.
Varitek off the end of the bat, a flare down the right field line. Here comes Jason Worth. He closes well and makes the grab, and the inning is over. Oh, to have a little speed out the outfield, and the Phillies certainly have that with Jason Worth and Shane Victorino. The Red Sox strand 2 here at the top of the 8th inning. A little more defense for the Phillies as they get set to hit in the bottom of the 8th. The Phillies have just 1 run on 2 hits. They haven't gotten a base hit since the 2nd inning of tonight's ball game. Time now for our Firestone leaders. Dustin Pedroia. Well, last year he won the MVP. He's also won the Rookie of the Year, and he's won a Gold Glove. Look at the list of names that he is now associated with. Willie Mays, Frank Robinson, Albert Pujols, Thurman Munson, Cal Ripken Jr., Pete Rose, Johnny Bench. Firestone, a tradition of innovation. He also did a pretty funny commercial this past offseason. That video game commercial.
Got to meet him tonight. Terry Francona called him in the office when we were sitting there, and as you look at Okajima and the numbers on him, and I mentioned that to him, and he said
I said the same thing to him.
He really enjoyed making that thing. I said, "Can you hit that pitch?" He said, "Well, they tell me I can't."
No, Okajima, 26 innings so far. He's allowed 16 hits, has 29 strikeouts. Facing Carlos Ruiz and Eric Bruntlett to start this inning off. And Carlos takes one inside. It's 1-0.
Okajima's fastball, changeup, breaking ball type of guy, throws a lot of strikes, and he can get left-handed hitters out big time, and they also think he can get right-handed hitters out.
Well, he's facing right-handed hitters here. Carlos is waiting for a strike. It's 2-0.
Left-handed hitters are 114 off him, and lifetime 191. 114. Wow.
Three and 0 the count.
Good job by Carlos. Got to make him throw at least 1 strike.
Well, Terry Francona, when the Red Sox got Okajima, they knew they had a pretty good pitcher, but I don't know if they expected that he would be the kind of pitcher that he is now.
No, he's kind of, there's Ramirez. He's kind of, he surprised them.
Came over in 2007. And there's a strike. When he played in Japan, he was 2 games over 500, an ERA of 3.36, mostly as a reliever. But in the majors, he's got a lifetime ERA that's around 2.5. Three and 2 the count to Carlos. Bruntlett waits on deck, getting a chance to swing the bat for the first time tonight. And Carlos down on strikes, and there's one away.
That was a good job by Okajima, 3-0. Carlos trying to have a good at bat against him, and did. That ball looked like it cut a little bit. This thing doesn't have a little movement. Oh yeah. There was a slider or a cutter, but it certainly broke late.
That was a weird pitch.
Yeah.
So Carlos is strikeout victim number 12 tonight for the Phillies. John Lester struck out 11 over 7 innings, allowed 2 hits. Eric Bruntlett batting 152, hitting for the first time this evening.
Now he's thrown 4 straight strikes.
There's 5 in a row.
Amazing. Goes 3-0 and then 5 straight strikes.
It's got an odd delivery, as you can see. It kind of comes right over the top like an old pitching machine.
Yeah, you've seen those shots of him on TV where he looks up in the air, he looks away from the hitter. But he certainly does get zeroed in when he has to.
Ahead of Bruntlett, no balls and 2 strikes. And Eric lines it foul. This Red Sox bullpen statistically is the best in baseball. Their ERA is 2.88. In fact, there are a lot of folks around the game that don't think there's a better bullpen in Major League Baseball. Forget about the stats. I mean, Jonathan Papalbotto, you see there, is a big reason why. I mean, he is a very good closer. but it's the guys that set up for Papelbon.
Well, you look at the scouting reports on him, and almost everybody except this guy is in the 90s.
Oh, and it hit him. Bruntlett is hit by a pitch. The Phillies have a base runner.
Well, he's trying to come in with a fastball there and nails Eric Bruntlett. Hit him on the hand or the wrist. See how the head goes all over the place? But he throws strikes. Not on that pitch.
So now the top of the order. Phillies still have not had a base hit since the second inning. They got 2 hits in a row in the second against Lester. And that's been it. They've had a walk since then, and now a hit by pitch.
You don't see many games in this park where they're held to 2 hits in the 8th inning.
Jimmy hits it in the air to left field. Pretty deep. Bay going back, has room, makes the catch. And he just got that one toward the end of the bat.
And he was out front a little bit.
2 away.
That scared him. Right here, I don't know whether it's off speed or not. You see he's just out front, and the weight's forward. Could have been a changeup or a fastball in a really good spot, and he just got out and hit it off the end of the bat.
Now 2 outs now for Chase Utley. Chase is 0 for 3. Facing Lester the first 3 times, and now the lefty Okajima. With a runner on first. And Chase swinging at the first pitch fastball, and he fouls it off.
Well, they have Ramirez ready for Worth if they want to go that way. Chase can keep this inning going.
Chase just 222 since May 6th from the 7th inning on, but overall over 340. Body was coming at about 90 miles an hour, and the ball came in at about 75.
Yeah, he's funky, and his head's over towards third base when he throws the ball.
Well, Chase now down in the count, no balls at 2 strikes. Chase has 3 home runs lifetime against the Red Sox, 8 RBIs. Two and 2 the count.
They're really in a pull defense for Chase. Even with a left-handed pitcher, there's a huge gap in left center field, as you see out in that area. And they still figure he's going to pull, even though they're pitching him away.
Yeah, with 2 outs, a ball to the left center field gap should score Eric Bruntlett.
Has a good shot, depending on where it is in left center field in this park. But with 2 outs, you're right, he's running.
2 and 2 the count to Chase Utley. On the outside corner, and Chase is called out on strikes, and the inning is over. 3rd time tonight that Chase has been rung up, and the Phillies strand 1. Okajima picks up for John Lester, picks up a couple strikeouts, including this one, and Chase Utley to finish up the bottom of the 8th. And they get the call. MLB Network now brings you unprecedented weekly access inside the Phillies bullpen called The Pen on our MLB Network original series. It premieres Sunday night at 8 p.m. on the MLB Network. And how good has the Phillies bullpen been of late? In New York, they had 6 scoreless innings in relief of Cole Hamels. Last night, 4 scoreless innings of relief.
Yeah, I'm trying for another one now to keep it to 1 run with Papelbon maybe coming into the game, although he's not out.
Well, that show, I mean, it should be rather entertaining because this Phillies bullpen is very entertaining. Danny Fields, who used to work here with the Phillies, and Video Dan Stevenson, has been following the Phillies around, taking the footage, doing the interviews. He's been working his tail off to get ready for this premiere show.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Danny lately. He's a good guy.
2-0 the count to Jacoby Ellsbury.
I want this guy to get on because he can run. He's a base stealer.
Showed bunt, and that pitch is way inside. It's 3-0. Game 2 will be tomorrow. Antonio Bastardo against Daisuke Matsuzaka. And it's 3 balls and 1 strike now to Ellsbury. Final game will be Sunday afternoon. Josh Beckett for the Red Sox. Jay Happ will pitch for the Phillies. Nick Green waits on deck with the count 3-1 to Ellsbury. Try to check his swing. He went around. It's 3-2. As Will said, you want to keep this guy off base because he can steal a bag. In fact, he's got 23 steals, second in the American League behind Carl Crawford, who's just blazing a very different trail this year. He's got 35 stolen bases. Down on strikes. Good pitch by Romero. Another strikeout tonight in this ball game. That's 10 strikeouts for Phillies pitching.
13 for the BOS Sox. Not a whole lot of contact in this Wago tonight. JC comes all the way back to get Ellsbury. Great job, because you did not want him to get on the way he can steal bags.
23 strikeouts between the two staffs tonight.
Yeah, and count how many percentage of the outs? Pretty high.
Nick Green stands in. Green is 1 for 3. Singled and was stranded on second base his last time up. The Phillies are down 1 left-handed pitcher now for the next few weeks because Scott Air is on the disabled list with a calf injury. But they do have Kyle Kendrick in the bullpen. Kyle called back up from Lehigh Valley. Two and 2 the count. The count's 2-2 with 1 out here in the top of the 9th inning.
It's weird.
Clay Condry's loosening up in the bullpen for the Phillies.
But nobody for the Red Sox, and Baldelli's on deck to pinch hit.
Right. I guess Papelbon doesn't need many pitches to get loose.
Well, how about a couple?
Well, Ramirez was throwing for a while, but
yeah, Papelbon didn't.
Papelbon still has a sweatshirt on. He's off to the right.
Well, maybe he's not available tonight. Maybe Ramirez is going to be the guy in the 9th.
On the inside corner, another strikeout.
That's what it's beginning to look like, Tom, that they're going to close with Ramirez tonight. Here comes Rocco Baldelli. Here is.
Yep, looks like that's what it is.
That's what it is. Papelbon's not available. And J.C. Romero throwing some strikes here. One strikeout after another in this baby.
There's Papelbon, sweatshirt on. And Rocco Baldelli is going to pinch it for Okajima.
That Ramirez has done a really good job for them.
Baldelli this year hitting .259, couple home runs, 7 RBIs.
Ramirez does not have a save.
Baldelli went, according to the home plate umpire Bill Miller.
Forget that home run he hit in the World Series last year when the game picked back up and the Phillies had taken the lead. And the crowd was going crazy, and then he hit the home run off Madsen to tie it. And then, of course, they got another run, and then the party started after that.
Baldelli during this free agent year, he was sought after even with all the health issues he's had. But he elected to return to his native roots in the Boston area. 3-1 the count to him. There's Dustin Pedroia waiting on deck. On the outside corner, 3-2. I remember last year during the National League Championship Series, you just couldn't figure out who you were going to face. If you were going to head to Boston, or you were going to face the Rays.
Had warm clothes in one pile and cold weather clothes in the other pile.
Phillies fans to their feet. They want another strikeout. It's been that kind of night. Payoff pitch. And Baldelli stays alive.
Red Sox and the Rays had some kind of 7-game series. Obviously, the Rays finally won in the 7th game, but boy, was that a good one.
Phillies staff has 11 strikeouts tonight. And there's ball 4. Baldelli's aboard with 2 away. Two managers looking on. One is hoping for some insurance runs, that guy, and the other one is hoping for J.C. Romero to get this final out here in the top of the 9th inning and keep this at a 1-run game, and then face a guy who's not used to closing a game. Dustin Pedroia, the batter, he takes one outside, 1-0. Papelbon, who is just sitting in the bullpen as Ramirez warms up, pitched in the last 2 games against the Yankees. Only threw 9 pitches in last night's game.
Well, sometimes there he is. Sometimes a manager, pitching coach will just make a decision. The guy's not getting up on a certain night, and it doesn't matter what happens in the game. He's just not going to pitch. And it would appear that that's what their thinking is tonight. Terry Francona, John Farrell is pitching coach.
The count to Pedroia. Pedroia is 0 for 4 tonight. He's grounded out twice. He's also flied out twice to Jason Worth. Red Sox lead the American League East by 2. Phillies lead the National League East by 4. Two teams that are directly behind these two are playing each other up in New York, where the Mets leading the Yankees by 2 in the bottom of the 6th inning. Levan Hernandez, it looks like, is still in the game, number 61. 1-2 the count to Pedroia. And again, the Phillies fans come to their feet. There have been 24 strikeouts in this game between these two staffs. And Romero is looking for, well, he'll take anything.
Yeah,
a strikeout, a ground out.
Pedroia just got a slider that he whacked off his foot. He's got one of those guards down there, and it looked like he missed it.
There's the numbers for JC when he was with the Red Sox before he came over to the Phillies, and there's that guard Wheels was talking about.
He's taking a long time getting back in there. That one had to hurt. fastball.
They go way in, and it's 2-2.
And you saw Ruiz set up way outside there for a fastball and then slide back in.
Phillies will have 3, 4, and 5 up in the bottom of the 9th inning. Little roller towards shortstop. Gerald's got to hurry. Bare hands, throws off balance. What a dig out by Ryan Howard. Oh, a great play all the way around. First by Jimmy Rollins, and then finally by the big boy over at first base. And Dustin Pedroia is retired once again. Best defensive team in the big leagues, flipping a little leather, and maybe a bare hand to boot. Mason deliveries of the game. A lot of strikeouts in this ball game. 24 in all. Joe Blanton was outstanding through 7. He struck out 7. John Lester, he was great through 7 as well. He struck out 11. And here are the different ways that each pitcher has gotten some strikes tonight. And then after they left the ball game, he went out to the bullpen. Chan-Ho Park. His ball was moving tonight. So was Okajima's. And J.C. Romero had a little life on his fastball as well. 24 strikeouts, and you just saw the end of all 24. Those are our W.B. Mason deliveries of the game.
All kinds of swings and all kinds of takes. It has been a pitcher's night here. You see that many punch-outs in this ballpark. Wow.
Well, Ramon Ramirez is on, not Jonathan Papelbon, to close this out, or try to in the bottom of the 9th inning. He has one major league save. It came last year with the Royals. Facing Jason Worth, who is 0 for 1 with a walk.
This is the guy they got for Coco Crisp, and he's a fastball changeup pitcher for the most part. He does have a breaking ball, but he likes to use fastball changeup.
Well, the Royals giving up Leo Nunez and Ramirez to Crisp and Mike Jacobs from the Marlins.
Two pretty good arms, huh?
2-0 the count. And we've always said that when you haven't done this, it gets a little dicey.
It's Masterson, right? Oh no, Bard. He's another hard thrower.
Daniel Bard. There's Papelbon. They said Papelbon closed out the last 2 games for the Red Sox against the Yankees. For a closer, his schedule wasn't that thick, or hasn't been. He appeared against the Yankees for 2. The 7th of June, the 4th of June, the 2nd of June.
Well, Francona will certainly be asked about it.
2-1 to Worth. Four strikeouts in tonight's ball game between the two teams. That's 7 off the pace for the record. 31 is the record. I didn't even think they would be that close.
Really.
on the inside corner. There's 25. And Jason saying, no way is that a strike. And the face of that fan will say the same thing.
Well, everything had been away. Guess he thought that was a little high. You know, it's around the belt, a little bit above it, maybe inside.
Well, Bill Miller has been given the corners.
Yep.
Both sides, inside, outside tonight.
Well, the umpire has to cooperate when you have a game like this. That means he's calling a lot of strikes, and he is, for both sides.
Ryan Howard has gone down twice on strikes. 0 for 3. Phillies have not had a base hit since the second inning. Feels like, I would think, I guess this is kind of obvious, if you get a base runner, maybe it gets into the head of Ramirez a little bit.
Well, that's what you hope. That, you know, Worth tried. He went 2-0 on him, trying to get on base and see what he could do about it. This guy pitches from the windup, which is kind of unusual for relievers nowadays. So that would be one of those things you'd gotten him in the stretch. Who knows? Most relievers, when they come in now, pitch from a stretch. So it always looks weird to see a guy from the windup.
On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, we're not sure what happened except that Livan Hernandez is out of the game. And the Yankees have taken a 7-6 lead. There had to be a home run there.
In that place, probably.
In the air to right field. Speaking of home runs, this one's going to be tied. A long home run for Ryan Howard. His 19th of the year. And this is a 2-2 ball game. And Jonathan Papelbon can just look on from the Red Sox pen. And Michael Farrell of Philadelphia, hope you stayed with us, because Ryan Howard has just won you $100, courtesy of the McDonald's home run jackpot.
Well, third home run in the game, 2 by the Sox, now 1 by the Phillies. Terry knows he doesn't have his closer tonight. It's different when you haven't done this. Fastball out over the plate. See Ryan Howard's reaction too as he pumped that fist. You hit him like that, just a matter how far they're going to go.
Well, he's now in sole possession of 8th place all time for the Phillies with 196 home runs. Ibanez 1 for 3 with a run scored. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike to him.
You know what everybody in this place is thinking, at least the Phillies fans, a lot of Red Sox fans too, but they're thinking, why not back to back and go home?
He's had so many big hits Ibanez had.
That guy looks a little stunned.
Yeah, he was cheering a few minutes ago. 2-1 the count.
Here's Raul last night into the fog, into the Mets bullpen, game winner. Long one. Change up. This guy's throwing 92 to 95 with his fastball. Home run was on a 92. That was a good changeup.
Sure was.
That's what the reports on him are: is fastball, changeup. Changeups to left-handed hitters.
Changeup was at 90 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Red Sox fans aren't sure what to think. They're probably running through the same thing in their head about why isn't Jonathan Papelbon in this game?
What's wrong with that dope in the dugout?
3-2 to Ibanez.
Doesn't he know he's supposed to be in this game? Yeah, he knows, but he can't use him evidently.
Shane Victorino waiting on deck. The sold-out crowd, the 21st sellout of the year, coming to life. Papelbon looks on. 3-2 to Raul. Stays alive. He was out in front again. No, Raul has been in this spot before.
Yeah, and this is the walk-off against the Padres because Heath Bell couldn't pitch in that game. So Edwin Moreno was pitching. Heath Bell had pitched like 4 or 5 games in a row, and they had to use Moreno that day, and he hit the 2-run walk-off. I think that's what happened.
Ball 4. The Phillies have a base runner. The winning run is on first here in the bottom of the 9th inning.
Good job. You know, everybody wants to hit a home run. We want to see him hit a home run and end it too. But Raul Ibanez, he'll take what you give him. And so many at bats, he's a grinder. For a guy that has his strength, he can grind out some at bats too. He's really impressive. Here's Ryan's home run, and watch him pump his fist. Yeah, baby. We got a tie game.
I wasn't sure where that one was going to land. I mean, that was a bullet. That wasn't one of those high towering shots.
Yeah, that looked like it was going to hit the Jeep.
That's what I was thinking. Right off of that out of here sign. And here's where Ryan Howard sits now. 196 home runs, 8 away from Dick Allen for 7th place. Just past Bobby Abreu.
That guy on the top has some number to hit.
Oh.
548 bombs by Mike Shane.
Shane doubled his first time up. 1 for 3 overall. Ball 1.
J.D. Drew's still a pretty good thrower in right field. He's pretty deep because they're in a no doubles defense. Ibanez is a good and a smart base runner, and he's going to look out there and see where J.D. Drew is on every pitch. If Victorino can hook one in the hole, there's nothing that guy can do but sit, it looks like.
Pops it up. This will be the second out. Nicholas is there. And there are 2 away, and Matt Stairs is going to pinch hit for the Phillies. Pitcher spot is due up. Well, tonight on Sports Night, Phillies Red Sox highlights and post-game reactions from the ballpark from Marshall Harris, plus more on Donovan McNabb's new contract. All this and more on Sports Night after the ballgame, only on Comcast Sportsnet. Matt Stairs, the active leader in home runs, is a pinch hitter. He has 3 this year. And he takes a fastball for strike 1. Matt hitting over 300 as a pinch hitter. Overall, he's hitting 306. Big swing and a miss. It's 0-2. Oh, he got a fastball again there, and that one was kind of to his liking.
He probably would have liked it down just a little more. You know, the left-handed hitters like that thing from the belt down.
Kind of like the first one.
Yeah.
In the air to center field. Ellsbury is back. He's got room. And we're going to extra innings for the 3rd consecutive ball game. Ryan Howard is the reason why. Ryan just smoked one here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Tie this baby up. Any kid loves the home run, but he is an awful lot of fun to see that ball jump off his bat like it did in the bottom of the ninth inning.
Well, I talked about when I was younger, used to go to there's the Phillies extra innings record, and they've won 2 in a row, obviously, in the games up in New York. We used to sit around, and there's the Red Sox 2-2, and wait for Dick Allen, Richie Allen's last at bat, or every time he'd come up, you'd think he could do something. And now this generation, then there was Mike Schmidt, and now there's this generation gets to see Ryan Howard. Every time he comes up, you think, man, he just might pop one, and there's another one.
Well, and who knows where he's going to end up in his career. There's so much ahead of him, but he is on pace to be, right now, one of the best home run hitters of all time. Now, he still has a lot of road ahead of him. Ryan Matson is on here in the top of the 10th in his 32nd game.
Well, he's coming into the age where a lot of people feel guys get into their prime, right around 30, power hitters.
J.D. Drew homered back in the 5th. He's 1 for 4. He's also struck out, popped out, grounded out. Matson has saved the last 2 games for the Phillies, and he's looked pretty good.
And pretty tough hitters to go through right now. This is kind of like what they did with Rodriguez the other night in New York. Only they used him for 2, but the idea being to try and get him out in the top of the inning, win it in the bottom.
They used it for 2, and he only threw 21 pitches in those 2 innings. Jason Stark had some stuff on Ryan Matson today and in his column, and he had some comments from scouts around Major League Baseball, and scouts were saying, one in particular was an unnamed scout that said that Ryan Matson has the stuff to be a Major League closer with all 3 of those pitches, and he was dead on with his assessment of them. 2-1 the count to Drew. There's that changeup. That's one of the 3 pitches that he can throw at any time.
The other being fastball and then cutter. He really does not throw the curveball anymore. There's a cutter.
That was wicked, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think that late movement right in on J.D. Drew's hands. This guy just does not swing at non-strikes very often.
Another changeup, and he got him. J.D. Drew down on strikes. 85 miles an hour with that one. That's the second time he's been down on strikes tonight.
And it was a strike, too. You see, that is a strike. And J.D. Drew got fooled and is way out in front of a 3-2 changeup.
Think there's anybody that Philly fans like to boo more?
Not anymore. Well, Rowland, Scott Rowland.
Oh, that's true.
He's right there with it.
Yeah, that's true.
Scotty will be making an appearance here.
Swing and a miss by Youkilis in the count 0-1.
It was 2 or 1-2 though.
Yeah,
1 and 1A.
Youkilis homered back to the 4th inning. One of 3 home runs in this ball game between the 2 teams, and he's hit by a pitch. That ball just got away. And the Red Sox have a base runner here in the top of the 10th.
As Tom said, just got away. It looked like a fastball. And Youkilis, he'll take one for the club, too. He's one of those raw meat players. Look at that helmet.
Out of Cincinnati, Ohio, and the University of Cincinnati.
Here's a clutch hitter for them.
Got a base hit his last time up, Jason Bay. He's been on base twice. He has struck out twice.
They talk about guys who've been getting big hits the last year. And into this season for the Red Sox, Jason Bay's right near the top. That changeup again. He gets him to swing through it.
26 strikeouts between the 2 staffs tonight. Mentioned that the record for a 9-inning game is 31. It was the Texas Rangers and the Seattle Mariners back in 1997.
I'd like to know if that was an 8.5 inning game or a 9 inning game. That'd be some percentage of outs. Carl will find out. We put a lot of pressure on him, don't we?
All you have to do is turn and look.
Look at that. See what we're talking about with this guy. He's a big time hitter for them.
And he's down on strikes. Another changeup from Matson. 27 strikeouts between the two staffs. 2 away.
Wow, it's a good changeup. You know, Ryan will throw it to left-handed hitters or right-handed. A lot of right-handed pitchers don't throw this to right-handed hitters, but it doesn't matter with him. Great arm speed. Seed squirting out of a grape.
Well, Bay has been down on strikes 3 times tonight. Here's Mark Kotze. Works it away at 98 miles an hour. This is the Phillies' 4th extra inning game in the last week.
They played some unbelievable games in that trip. Now starting out here tonight.
Dodgers series, they split the 4 games. And then they took 2 of 3 for the Mets. They had the extra inning game on Saturday at Dodger Stadium. They lost that one. They've won the last 2 games at extra innings against the Mets. And even the first game of that series was a good one, even though they lost it. Hit some home runs against Johan Santana. Raul Ibanez finished off last night's game. Chase Utley had a big home run in game 2 of the series against the Mets. Ryan Howard has the big home run tonight. Pretty impressive, just like this crowd.
A little drained right now.
Runner goes, pitches low, throw to second base is not in time. Jimmy's wondering about that one.
Youkilis is not a guy you necessarily think's going to run, but you know, you've been watching those changeups dive in the strike zone and maybe pick one to run on there.
Brian Runge is the second base umpire, 4th stolen base of the year without being caught.
Yeah, that's what it was. A good job by Carlos. Jimmy Rollins comes up in front of the bag to catch that. I think he thought it was going to be a short hop if he'd have stayed back.
Oh, he got him on the. I don't know where if his foot was on the bag when he got him on the back foot.
That was close.
I think he got him on the back foot before his front foot. He got him.
He's out.
Yep, he's out.
Yep, he was out. Great replay there. But he's not out.
Well, Kotze is another strikeout. He's down swinging. Matson strikes out 3 in the inning. Red Sox strand 1 at second base here at the top of the 10th inning. Bottom of the 10th for the Phillies. The bottom of the order due up. In the air to right field. Speaking of home runs, this one's going to be tied. A long home run for Ryan Howard. Well, that's why we're here in the bottom of the 10th inning with the game tied at 2 apiece. Ryan Howard's home run in the bottom of the 9th inning tied it. And the Phillies in their 3rd straight extra inning game. And some changes now for the Red Sox. Kevin Youkilis goes from third base over to first base. Mike Lowell enters the ball game to play third base for Boston. And the new pitcher is Justin Masterson. This guy comes from about 3/4 and the ball moves.
Sinker ball guy. He started a game against the Phillies here last year, the 3rd game of that 3-game series interleague play, and he beat Kyle Kendrick 7-4. It was a day game, and his ball does have a lot of movement.
The first batter he'll face is Carlos Ruiz, who's 0 for 3. And Carlos takes one on the outside corner for a strike. It was the last time the Phillies played 3 consecutive extra inning games in one season, back in 2000 against the Red Sox and then the Rays. Red Sox 1 game, and then Tampa Bay the next 2 games.
And the guy in the Red Sox dugout was the Phillies manager.
Oh yeah, I guess he would have got that.
Oh yeah,
it was his last year.
It was his last year before it came crashing down.
Well, and that Tampa Bay series didn't help too much. They lost those first 2 in extra innings after beating the Red Sox on June 4th in 12 innings. They lost in 12 to Tampa Bay, lost in 10 to Tampa Bay.
Roberto Hernandez was in those games getting saves for the Rays.
Chopper right back to the mound. 1 away. So Masterson gets the first out here in the bottom of the 10th inning. And Eric Rutledge was hit by a pitch his last time up a little bad. There's Clay Condrey loosening up in the pen for the Phillies. Figure Ryan Matson threw 1 inning, and he's probably not going to throw a second.
Right, that's it.
Eric came on as part of a double switch for Pedro Feliz earlier. 95 from Masterson, who can be a starting pitcher, as you heard Wheels talk about. He started last year for the Phillies, or against the Phillies.
These guys have a lot of potential starters.
I was mentioning Rich Doobie the other day that their system is filled with good pitchers. And Rich said, well, what about the position players? And you forget Pedroia, Youkilis, Ellsbury, Lowry, who's on the DL.
Yeah, all farm system guys. Well, they have Smoltz coming. They think it's going to get into their rotation. Who's that guy? Buchholz, who puts a no-hitter for them, is ready to come up. He's pitching well, evidently, in the minor leagues. And as you said, this guy could be a starter. A wealth of riches for them.
There's Daisuke. He'll start tomorrow. Oh, Eric Bruntlett is hit by a pitch again. 2nd straight at bat.
That's one of those things you talk about, like when a guy gets a guy buried, and you're late in games, and like this extra, you know, they still want to try and come inside with that pitch, and they plunk guys. Now, it's not as bad when there's nobody on base as when they do that with the bases loaded or something, but still, it's happened a couple times now.
Well, that means the winning run is on first. Masterson will now face the top of the order. Jimmy is 0 for 4. It came awfully close to a long ball his last time up. Flied out to deep left field. Getting the chance to bat left-handed for the first time. During spring training, we saw Eric Bruntlett steal a lot of bases. He was the Phillies' leading base stealer. He has been quiet this year in the regular season just because he hasn't been on base that much.
Well, this guy's so tall, maybe they think they can run on him.
0-1 the count to Jimmy.
You talk about a long arm delivery. This is octopus arm long.
Well, Varitek has thrown out just 6 base runners trying to steal.
That's where his arm goes, how far his arm goes before he throws the ball.
Yeah, you're right, but he's bearing it down.
It could be a little bit hard to pick up because he's such a long armer. And he certainly isn't over the top with it.
Well, he is just 24 years old.
Well, they're cheating up the middle for a double play now, which means there's all kinds of room on the right side for Jimmy Rollins. Born in Jamaica, huh?
Yeah, in Kingston.
Philly Davis, Devon White.
Jimmy pulls it right side. Wow. Pedroia is going to get one at second. I didn't think he had any chance to get the runner at second base.
Boy, that was a good play.
2 away.
That was so quick because we just talked about them cheating up the middle for a double play. You know, Jimmy was trying to pull it in the hole. He got it too close to Pedroia, but he not only gets to it, he gets a lead runner. Look, he's not even your picture there. Now, look how quickly he gets to this. Jumps up. It's just an outstanding play.
A Gold Glover at second base. 2 outs now. In the bottom of the 10th inning, here's Chase Utley. Chase 0 for 4 tonight. 3 strikeouts in the ball game. And again, a lot of other folks have struck out too. And what about Jimmy taking off here, Wheels?
Sure. You know, if they, Davey and he are communicating over there and think they can do it with 2 outs, Tom, it's a great time to run. 1 out, not so hot, but 2, yeah.
Jimmy doesn't go. The pitch is low. 1 ball and no strikes. There's a slider from Masterson. Jumped back toward first as that pitch was being delivered. I think he assumed that he was going to come over with a throw.
Yeah, he's not reading him. Watch a one-way lead here. Flinches back.
Down the left field line. On the run is Bay. Tough play, slides, and he makes the catch in foul territory. And the inning is over. So we will go to the 11th inning. Phillies strand a runner on first. It's a 2-2 game. Top of the 11th inning, the Phillies playing their 3rd consecutive extra inning game. And this is what happened Wednesday in the 11th inning. Boom.
Chase Utley. Yeah, Chase Utley off Bobby Parnell, a home run. Phillies won those 2 extra inning games with long balls. Here's the other one last night in the 10th inning. Raul Ibanez on that changeup. Then hit off Kawakami. And tonight, this one ties it. A home run by Ryan Howard. So the Phillies They hit a lot of homers, and they've hit some big ones the last few games.
Well, they sure have. They lead the National League in home runs. Ibanez has had some big swings. Utley has been so clutch for the Phillies. And Ryan Howard, well, he's as clutch as it gets tonight with that solo home run. Clay Condry's the new pitcher for the Phillies, coming into his 30th game. And he'll face Jason Varitek to start things off. And Varitek hits it sharply, but Chase is right there. And one pitch, one set aside here in the 11th inning. All right, about the strikeouts tonight. 28 strikeouts have been recorded by both staffs in this ball game. That's a lot. The major league record for most strikeouts in a game, and this is including an extra inning game, 43. In 1971, the California Angels struck out 26 times. The Oakland A's struck out 17 times. 43. I don't know how long that game was, but that's a lot of strikeouts. That's
a lot of whiffing.
You know, people always ask, what would you rather see, a pitcher's duel or an offensive battle? I'm not sure if you want to see 43 strikeouts.
That's a lot of strikeouts. It's a heck of a game tonight. Pitcher's game.
1-1 to Ellsbury as the pitch is low. It's 2-1. Well, the game started with Joe Bland on the mound for the Phillies. Outstanding through 7. Allowed 2 runs on 2 solo homers, 7 strikeouts. He's really pitching well. And on the flip side, John Lester was pretty impressive too, with 11 strikeouts over 7. And then the bullpens took over.
Ellsbury trying to battle his way on because he's their best base stealer.
Get it up. And again, an easy play. 2 outs.
Oh, and Clay Condry's on and getting his outs. He gets ground balls on sinkers. 2 4-3s.
By the way, that California Oakland game, he's on it. Carl is.
Oh, yeah. He's good tonight. Well, he's good every night, but especially tonight.
Yeah, July 9th, 1971. 20 innings.
20 innings.
Yeah. Over in the top or no? In the bottom. How many outs? How many outs in the bottom of the 20th unit? That one's in the air, foul off to the right. See if there were really 120 outs recorded in that game,
yeah.
Wills.
They do strike out that many times.
Line drive, one hopper right at J-Roll. 3 ground outs for Clay Condry. It's a 1-2-3 inning here in the top of the 11th inning. So to the bottom of the 11th inning we go. It's Jason Worth to lead it off. Ryan Howard is due up, and so is Raul Ibanez. 3 straight extra inning games. The Phillies go to work here in the bottom of the 11th inning in a 2-2 ball game against Justin Masterson. It's Jason Worth, and Jason tonight is 0 for 2. He has walked twice, and he has struck out and popped out to center. Three home runs tonight, 28 strikeouts between the two teams. Masterson is the 4th pitcher used by the Red Sox. John Lester started. He went the first 7. Then Okajima pitched a scoreless 8th. Ramirez gave up the home run in the 9th, and Masterson took over in the 10th. And it's 1-2 to Jason Worth. And Jason's down on strikes. He foul tipped that one right into the glove of Varitek. 25 strikeouts now between the two teams. And here's Ryan Howard. Ryan has gone down on strikes twice. And he hit a home run his last time up to tie this baby up and send it into extra innings. Outside. By the way, just to put a topper on that 9th inning, it was a fastball and he crushed it. Out in front of a breaking ball, and it's 1-1.
Put a topper on it.
Put a topper on that swing, but also on that as Kendrick loosens up. That 1971 game, 119 total outs. That game was won with 2 outs in the 20th. Oh boy, 96, and it's 1-2. Benji Molina leads in game-winning RBIs. Two balls, 2 strikes, the count to Ryan.
This guy looks, he's trying to stay away from Ryan Howard as much as possible. Of course, Ryan can beat you anywhere in the ballpark, but he's trying to stay away from him pulling him, it looks like. See if Varitek sets up outside. No, they're coming in now.
And Ryan's down on strikes.
Another breaking ball. 26
strikeouts in the game. You know, we keep saying it, but it's amazing that there's that many strikeouts.
Yeah. It's one way to put it. Here's another backdoor slider. That's what we're talking about. They were trying to stay away from him, and they did. Then he chased it.
Here's Raul Ibanez. He's 1 for 3.
That's the thing about this ballpark, Tom, is, you know, the idea is to stay away from a guy's power, but you can hit it out anywhere here. See what Varitek did there. He gave him the sign and then he gave him away because he wants him to stay out there with his pitches, and he threw a pretty good sinker there. Varitek's not going to let a young pitcher get beaten with a ball middle in, I don't think.
In the air to right center field. It's pretty deep. J.D. Drew is back to the warning track to the wall. It's off the base of the wall. Ibanez is going to get 2. And he's standing on second base.
Well, they're trying to keep away from him pulling it. And Ibanez still was able to pull it, but he hit it to the deep part of the ballpark.
Here comes John Farrell out to the mound.
Here's a look right here. See, he set up away, but that ball came back over the middle. Varitek was trying to keep the young pitcher away from Ibanez, but he missed his spot, and Raul almost ended the game with this. And you'll see where it hits out here at the base of the wall. J.D. drew on it quickly.
Quick conversation for John Farrell. Shane Victorino is the batter.
pitcher spot is next for the Phillies, and Greg Dobbs is out to hit.
By the way, I was off on my strikeouts. I apologize. 30 strikeouts in this game. 30. I said 26.
That's still a lot.
Yeah. Dobbs waits as they'll intentionally walk Shane Victorino. The winning run is on second base.
Well, they made the decision here that they'd rather go after the guy coming off the bench than a guy like Victorino. Maybe Mike Bloop one out there.
There's Papelbon. He's obviously is not available for tonight. He would have been on in the ninth inning, but instead it was Ramon Ramirez. Ball 4 and Victorino's aboard. Runners on first and second. And Dobbs will be the batter. Terry Francona decides that it's Greg Dobbs they want to face with the winning run on second. And a 2-2 game here at the bottom of the 11th inning.
Pretty good arms in that outfield, and they are cheating in.
Foul ball down the left field line, and the count no balls and 1 strike. There's Bay in left. He's always had a good arm. He's very accurate. Ellsbury in center, and J.D. Drew, as Will said before, still has the same. Well, still has a pretty good arm. Yeah, it's not the same, but it's right. Pretty close.
He's a plus thrower still.
One strike on the board to Dobbs.
Big gap in left center.
And there's strike 2. Red Sox with 7 hits, the Phillies with 4. The teams have 3 home runs combined. Kendrick just fiddling around on the mound for Charlie Manuel out in the bullpen.
Well, not many people have left, have they?
Nope. 21st sellout of the year. Here's Kyle. And a lot of energy these last few innings. And Dobbs stays alive.
They're still staying with that pull defense in the outfield, even though he's a little late and behind in the count.
Well, Drew's a little deeper too, and right. He took another step back.
Yeah, Ellsbury's moved over slightly, but there's still a big gap in left center field. There's J.D. Drew, the deepest. He's playing on the pull side, so he should be the deepest outfielder.
Campagna is trying to get a real good lead off second. He's got a real good walking lead. 1-2 pitch. This is outside 2-2, and the way Bill Miller's been pitcher friendly tonight, that's a tough one to take.
Yeah.
It was a ball.
It was a backdoor breaking ball. And yeah, it looked like he might come up with that right arm.
In the air to right field. Way back there. Fair or foul. It is a foul ball. Oh, boy. That one was above the pole. Jim Joyce, the first base umpire, took a long look at that one. Wow.
Charlie's going to come out. He may ask him to review it.
They could.
Here it is. Dobbs is looking at it. He knows the game's over if it's fair.
Oh, man, that is tough. Tough to tell.
It could have gone right over the pole.
It sure could have gone right over the top of the pole.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
see where it lands.
This would be one that they definitely could review.
Can you imagine if they overturned it and said it was a home run?
Well, that looked like it went over the top of the pole.
It sure did. And where it landed, too, well, it's so tough to tell if you're the umpire.
That's a tough call.
Now, instant replay allows them the opportunity to go under the stadium to the video board that's under the stadium. Phillies fans are saying fair. Red Sox fans are saying foul.
If that thing had been a little bit lower, it might have hit the pole. But he hit it so high. We're not going to look at that one. You could just read his lips. He just said, we're not going to look at that one.
Charlie goes back to the dugout. They can look at it. Why wouldn't they look at it?
I don't know. Well, he gave an explanation. Then he said, but we're not going to look at it. So, you know, we'll find out later, Tommy.
Why wouldn't you try to get it absolutely right?
Yeah.
Again, the 2-2. Little number.
Think how long Joyce waited on this one, too.
He waited. Yeah, he sure did.
He waited and waited. Now take another look at it.
I don't know. That looks like it went right over the pole.
It does.
That looks like it's a home run.
Certainly could take a look at that, couldn't you? If you have the technology now, I mean, that's what it's for.
Oh, man, look where it hit.
Right.
The pole. Foul tipped into the glove of Varitek, and Dobbs is down on strikes. The 31st strikeout of this ball game, and the Phillies strand 2. Dobbs was, well, as close as Jim Joyce's eyes would tell us to winning this ball game. After the ball game, Sports Night. Phillies Red Sox highlights and post-game reactions from the ballpark, plus more on Donovan McNabb's contract. All this and more on Sports Night after the game, only on Comcast Sportsnet. Well, Greg Dobbs came so close to winning this ball game for the Phillies, and now Kyle Kendrick will pick up his first appearance this year in a Phillies uniform. Those are his numbers as a starter with Lehigh Valley, 4-4 with a 4.03 ERA. He was scheduled to start tonight's ball game for the Iron Pigs. And he's on here in the top of the 12th inning to face Mike Lowell, who came on as part of a double switch. There have been 3 home runs tonight in this game, 31 strikeouts in the game. And Lowell takes one away. It's 1 ball and no strikes in his first at bat.
Carlos Ruiz put down breaking ball on the first pitch because that's what they wanted Kendrick to go do, work on his breaking ball and changeup.
Good year for Mike Lowell, 10 homers at 40 RBIs to go along with a .292 batting average. Going back to that home run by Dobbs, it's so difficult for an umpire once the ball goes above the pole to tell whether it's a home run or not.
Yeah, you know, he hit it too high.
Just don't understand why he didn't look at it. What would it have hurt? Well, maybe he just figured there was no way he could tell even if he looked at it.
Well, they'll have an explanation later. But it doesn't do the Phillies any good because the game was over. But he waited a long time, too, before he called that.
There's a girder that goes from the stands up to the second level behind that pole. That's what that ball looked like it hit. 2-2 the count. You know, a steel girder. See that the pole's right there. And then if you go down right there, that girder looked like it hit that. Chopper toward J-roll, take it on 2 hops. Kyle Kendrick has the first out here in the 12th. Well, let's see what the longest foul ball we've seen all season looks like again.
It's certainly the longest, highest foul ball. Everybody knows the game's over if this ball's fair.
See, I mean, I know it's an optical, I mean, it's kind of a, I don't want to say optical illusion, but it's tough to tell on that because of the angle, but it really did look like it went over the pole.
And then it hit the scoreboard out there. It looked like on the way down, wasn't it?
I thought it was the girder right under the scoreboard.
Or maybe that's what it was.
And maybe that gave Jim Joyce a better look at it because he saw where the ball hit. We should send Sarge out there to the first base line and get a better look at it. No?
You're going to need a search party.
0-1 to Pedroia. 0-2.
Remember, Sarge does not walk places.
All right, we'll have him go out on the Fanatics four-wheeler.
Right, he would need some help getting out there.
Pedroia has grounded out 3 times, flied out twice. And he bounces this one toward the hole. Jimmy gets to it quickly, and it's dug out by Ryan Howard. Man,
he's getting good at that.
He sure is. He has the second best fielding percentage, Ryan does, of a first baseman in the National League.
Jimmy Rollins made a couple of really good plays on Pedroia tonight. He made the one bare hand play. And now this one, he has to backhand this because Pedroia runs well. So he has to backhand it so we can get a lot on the throw, but he took an extra crow hop. Still got a lot on it, and that one really wasn't in the dirt when you watch the replay there. It was right on the top of the dirt. 2 outs.
Here's J.D. Drew, homered back in the 5th. And he takes one for a strike. It's 0-1.
Kendrick throwing ground balls, and that, of course, is his forte.
Another ground ball. It's going to be another out. The infielder's been very busy the last couple innings with Kendrick and with Clay Condrey. 6 straight ground ball outs for the Phillies bullpen. We move to the bottom of the 12th inning. Still even at 2. A 2-2 game. 3rd straight extra inning ball game for the Phillies. This one's filled with a whole lot of energy and a whole lot of strikeouts.
Boy, it is a good game.
Carlos Ruiz leads things off. Shows bunt. Bunts it toward 3rd. And Masterson falls on his behind. And Ruiz is aboard to lead off this 12th inning.
That was a good idea by Carlos, but he bunted it too hard and too close to Masterson. But as you so eloquently described, he fell on his behind.
They score that a base hit for Carlos, so he's aboard to start this 12th.
Here it is, a big, tall Masterson. He's coming in. He's under control. And he goes to put on the brakes, and whoa!
Oh, he really slid.
Somebody slipped some ice under there. Looked like a banana peel got him.
Lowell's in at third. Let's see what Brundtland does here. And he is squaring. And he bunts it foul.
Well, you can see Lowell was so close. Here's another look at this. Here's a banana peel. Whoa!
Look at the eruption from the crowd.
Yeah, they know.
The background.
Man, we got a leadoff man on.
Now let's see if they can get that leadoff man over into scoring position.
Lowell is so close at down the line at third. He's trying to bunt it towards the first baseman Youkilis, who can't come down as quickly.
Carlos needs to get a good jump off first, and he bunts it in the air. Oh man! Oh! I don't know if Youkilis didn't see it or if he was Cadillacing a little bit, but he was out number one.
It's almost like he was trying to think of that he could keep that ball fair. He was going to let it drop, throw to second, and Brundtland was, not down the line very far, but the ball was foul. See right here, see, that's what it was. See, he took a look. He took a look at Brundtland there to see he wasn't running, and it almost cost him because when he looked up, the ball was there. See, he's laughing about it now.
Plus, it looked like he got his feet caught a little bit.
Well, yeah, but he's trying to get cute there, and Brundtland didn't get the thing down, but he was going to throw that to second probably.
Well, that's a tough one, as Eric was unable to sacrifice the winning run into scoring position. Now Jimmy Rollins is the batter. And Terry Francona's going out to the mound.
He's got another pitcher in the pen. Might be that Bard or Del Carmen.
I think it is.
It's Saito. Yeah, it's Saito, the former Dodger.
Yep. Forgot about him, and you wonder why maybe he wasn't in there to close out the ninth inning. Oh, Terry Francona's going to make a pitching change here in the bottom of the 12th inning. And Takashi Saito is coming in. Base hits overall in this ball game, including a home run by Ryan Howard that tied the game in the ninth inning. A whole lot of strikeouts in tonight's ball game overall. And the Boston Red Sox, well, their line for their hitters very similar. 2 solo home runs, one by J.D. Drew and Kevin Youkilis, and they've managed just 7 base hits in this ball game. And that gets us to a 2-2 ball game with Takashi Saito. Late of the Dodgers, where he was their closer last year before he got hurt.
Yeah, these two teams don't very often go this many innings and get that few hits. They're two pretty good offensive teams, Tom.
Saito's been good for the Red Sox this year. 22nd game. 1-0 with a 2.53 ERA.
Good walk strikeout ratio. He hurt his elbow last year with the Dodgers. She said he was their closer. And then he hurt his elbow, and he wasn't on their postseason roster.
No, in fact, Broxton took over as the closer, saved 14, and then carried it right into the postseason.
Yeah.
Jimmy hitless tonight in 5 at-bats.
guy used to throw a big old hook, which is one of those pitches you could conceivably run on, except Ruiz is not a guy you would run with.
Plus, he's got a pretty good sized leg kick, too.
Yeah.
Jimmy's grounded out 3 times, lined out, and flied out to deep left. Even with the elbow problem, he's still throwing in the low 90s. Ruiz has a really short lead over at first base.
Yeah, he's not going to try and steal. But what you'd like to be able to do is first to third, even if Jimmy can pull the ball.
There's plenty of room in the outfield if Jimmy is able to pull it to get him over to third base. Two and one the count to J-Roll.
Well, Jimmy tried it last time. Brunner was at first base at the time and pulled the ball, but Pedroia made a heck of a play on it. Got the force at second. Oh, all of a sudden it's getting really windy.
It sure is. It's coming in from center field.
See the uniform jersey starting to blow there.
Was trying to pull that ball between first and second.
Well, that's that hook we were talking about. He had such a good curveball when he was saving games for the Dodgers, and Jimmy trying to hit that breaking ball in the hole.
Active career leaders in ERA, and Saito is second to Jonathan Papelbon.
What a bullpen these guys have. They can't get this guy work.
Papelbon not available tonight, at least up until this point. So he fights it off, stays alive. The count 2-2.
That elbow's all right now. 94 on that fastball.
Kind of surprised the Dodgers didn't bring it back.
He did a good job for them.
Didn't seem comfortable at all that entire time on the mound. Now the Toyota Major League scoreboard. Marlins defeated the Blue Jays 7-3. Roy Halladay left in the 3rd inning with a groin injury. He threw 2 pitches, I should say, in the 4th inning. He left after 3 innings. Chopper back toward the middle. Oh, look at that. Green steps on second for 1, throws over to first. The double play, and the inning is over. 6-3 double play, and we go to the 13th inning here in Philadelphia in a 2-2 game. reason why we're going to the extra innings, or we went to extra innings.
Yeah. Ryan Howard with a long home run there to tie the game in the 9th inning. And then in the 11th inning, Greg Dobbs, this is going to end it for the Phillies. And that is a foul ball. Charlie Mantle coming out talking to Jim Joyce. And they did not review it.
Well, Kevin Youkilis will start the 13th inning against Kyle Kendrick. Phillies bullpen has gotten 6 straight groundouts. And that gentleman is going to be a little sore. He missed the ball. Christy Oakes picked it up and gave it to a different fan. To center field on a line. Victorino is there. Kyle Kendrick has faced 4, retired all 4.
Victorino's laughing about that. That wasn't pretty. That thing either knuckled on him or dove in a hurry. You see him give like a little sinker sign there, because you could see he had it lined up, and then all of a sudden it started coming down a lot faster than he thought it was going to come down.
One away for Jason Bay, who singled back in the 8th inning. He's also walked. He has struck out 3 times. Charlie was saying before the ball game today that Kyle, according to the reports, had been throwing the ball very well down in Lehigh Valley. The Phillies have a couple left-handers in the pen, in Air and in J.C. Romero, and there's the first base hit that Kyle's allowed, as Jason Bay is aboard with 1 out.
It's the first hit for the Red Sox since what, the 8th inning?
Yeah, the base hit by Kotze. Now the Red Sox will dip into their bench once again, and Julio Lugo will come on.
Phillies in their longest game of the year. The longest had been 12 innings. At least longest innings wise.
We're still 10 minutes, or I should say 15 minutes away from this being a 4-hour game in time. But it has been rather entertaining. Lugo on the year hitting .256, a home run, 4 RBIs as you saw. And he takes one inside. It's 1-0. Let's take a look at DeMarlo Hale in the third base coach's box, laying down the signs. Bay has stolen 5. He's been caught 1 time. And there's the second straight base hit for the Red Sox. They've got runners on first and second with 1 away. So Lugo gets a pinch hit single. And now Kyle Kendrick will face Jason Varitek. 9th hit of the night for the Red Sox. It's taken 13 innings to get to 9 hits.
Well, Varitek, of course, does not run all that well. Kyle Kendrick's going to try and throw a quality sinker, get a double play ball here.
Varitek has grounded out twice. Red Sox have left 9. The Phillies have left 8. Trying to get a sinker there, and it's 1-0.
Daniel Bard, a big right-hander, is warming up for the Red Sox to the bottom of this inning.
Two 2-0 the count. Kyle was in a battle for the number 5 spot in the rotation during spring training. Was eventually won by Chan Ho Park. Three balls and no strikes, the count to Varitek. Phillies bullpen has done a nice job throwing strikes tonight. Kyle's falling behind 3-0 with 2 runners on. Varitek taking all the way, 3-1. ball 4, and it gets away from Ruiz. The bases are loaded. Well, nobody loosening up in the Phillies bullpen. So Charlie talking to Sam Perlazzo as Rich Doobie's going to come out to the mound. Red Sox fans are starting to get a little louder as they have the bases loaded here in the top of the 13th inning. Phillies fans are trying to drown out the Red Sox fans. One group is cheering "Let's go Red Sox." One group is cheering "Let's go Phillies."
It's interesting to see what they do now with the infield too, because Ellsbury's not a guy who would think about grounding into a double play.
Yeah, he can fly. Well, here in the top of the 13th inning, the bases are loaded for the Red Sox. Along with Chris Wheeler, I'm Tom McCarthy. Live from Citizens Bank Park, a sold-out crowd. Game 1 of 3.
He has grounded into 4.
Kyle Kendrick, the 6th pitcher used by Charlie Manuel. Terry Francona's also dipped into his bullpen. And there's still a good-sized crowd on hand watching this one. They're going to play the infield in a little bit.
Well, that's the reason. We just said not likely to ground into a double play, so they don't want to give up a run on a force out. But of course, it's a tough way to play because you can squirt all kinds of things through when you bring the infield in like this. But they're in a defensive position because of Ellsbury's speed.
This is outside, ball 1.
It doesn't matter if you don't throw a strike.
The count. Well, now he's got to throw a strike, and if you're Ellsbury, you're expecting it. Although, you know what? I mean, if you're Ellsbury, do you take here?
Good question. You know, he hasn't. He's really struggling to throw his strikes. You almost think he would take another pitch. Yeah.
And he doesn't. And he drills one to right field for a base hit. The Red Sox are going to take the lead. An RBI single by Ellsbury here at the top of the 13th inning. Bay scores, and it's 3-2 Red Sox.
That's what happens when you have to play the infield in, too. We talked about you leave all kinds of room to shoot a ball through. They really didn't have much choice, though, with Ellsbury. Who had a nice at bat. He got the 2-0, swung the bat, and got a hit.
And the Phillies will have to come from behind in the bottom of the 13th inning.
There it is. Now, if Utley's back, he catches that. But you know, you gamble there and play it in, and it goes through because there's so much room.
So a 1-run lead for Boston, and now Nick Green. Green has a base hit tonight. 5 at-bats. He singled back in the 7th inning. Again, the infield is in halfway, and he hits one foul off the facing of the Red Sox dugout. Oh, and 2 the count. Lugo's on third. Varitek's on second. Around at first is Ellsbury. He's got good speed. Lugo runs well also. 0-2 pitch. In the air to left field. Ibanez ventures back. Tagging from third is Lugo. The throw goes to third, and the Red Sox have a 2-run lead. The sac fly for Nick Green.
Well, Kendrick, of course, is not a strikeout pitcher tonight of all these strikeouts. So, you know, the Red Sox are making contact here in this inning, and as a result, they produced a couple runs. That was a spot where you really needed a strikeout, and that's just not what he does.
Well, now they need an out to keep this at a 2-run deficit going to the bottom of the 13th inning. Phillies will have 2, 3, and 4 due up. And it looks like it's going to be Bard that's going to be the pitcher for the Red Sox.
He's another guy, according to the report, that brings some bullets into the game.
Lowell grounded out to shortstop. Hit the ball sharply his first time up. Came on and a switch earlier in the game. And he takes one at the knees for strike. It's 0-1. Two and one the count to Lowell. Kyle jumped ahead 0-1 to Lowell. Now has fallen behind 2 balls and 1 strike.
Well, the Mets just blew the game to the bottom of the 9th. I think that's why the crowd's cheering. Frankie Rodriguez.
First blown save, a liner to center field. That's slicing away. Rounding third, heading for home is Varitek. Here's the throw. It gets past the cutoff man. And Varitek comes in sliding. It's a base hit for Lowell, and the Red Sox now lead it 5-2.
Well, hit the mound. I don't think they're going to get him anyway, but once that ball hit the mound, then it had no chance.
This is the 8th man to bat in this inning after Lowell has the RBI single. 11 hits now for the Red Sox. And 4 in this inning.
Here's Victorino, and watch the ball hit the mound. Ryan Howard trying to cut it off there, and
they
can't get to it. They weren't going to get him anyway. Even it was Varitek, I don't think they're going to get him even if it didn't hit the mound.
Well, Pedroia hitless at 6 at bats tonight. And he takes one low and away. 1 ball and no strikes. Well, prior to this inning, the Red Sox and the Phillies had been a combined 0 for 10 with runners in scoring position. Red Sox 0 for 6, the Phillies 0 for 4. Well, that has all changed in this 13th inning. One and one the count to Pedroia. In the 11th inning, the Phillies had 2 base runners, and Dobbs hit a long one past the right field pole that was ruled foul by Jim Joyce, the first base umpire. Since that time, the Phillies have had just 1 base runner. That was in the next inning, as Dobbs went down on strikes to finish off that one. 2 and 1. Must have been a little high. Ruiz off with the mask, and he's going to run out of room. And now it's even 2-2. Off the bat, I thought Carlos might have a play on that one.
Wind's kind of blowing in now. That blew it right over the screen.
By the way, no home run up at Yankee Stadium to win that one. Alex Rodriguez was safe on an error by Louis Castillo, and 2 runs scored on the play. Must have threw the ball away.
Yeah. Be something to see how that is.
Runner goes from first. The ball is pulled on the ground to short. Rollins has it. And Pedroia is retired to finish off the 13th. But the Red Sox scored 3 runs in the inning. Strand a couple. We go to the bottom of the 13th. Phillies have some work to do. as the Red Sox score 3 runs in the top of the 13th inning. And now the Phillies 2, 3, and 4 hitters will try to get things rolling along, and they'll do so against Daniel Bard in his 10th game. A very small ERA, 0.82. He has 10 strikeouts in 11 innings. Now he has allowed base runners. He's allowed 11 base runners in those 11 innings of work. So he comes on here to try to finish off the Phils. The Phils will try to get another comeback rolling again here in the bottom of the 13th inning.
Well, one thing they did in that inning is give him some wiggle room. Terry Francona's out there with his lineup card right now, talking to the home plate umpire, Bill Miller.
There were no other changes defensively. Daniel Bard, 6'4", 200 pounds. He'll be 24 on the 25th of this month. Out of Orange Park, Florida. He was a first-round pick for the Red Sox back in '06. Saved 7 games last year in the minor leagues. No major league saves. And he was Boston's minor league pitcher of the year a season ago. So here's Chase. Chase is 0 for 5 in the ball game. Phillies need a couple base runners to bring the tying run to the plate. Phillies have won 35 games this year. 20 of those games have been from behind. And they'll need to do it again here. By the way, just to wrap up that Yankee-Met game, Luis Castillo dropped a pop-up that enabled the Yankees to get 2 runs to score.
So there's 2 outs, so everybody's running. That makes sense, I guess, because it was first and second out there with 2 outs. So it must have been a pop-up. Everybody's running, and he drops it. Oh, my.
So the Phillies can come back here. They'll add another lead.
I wonder if Rodriguez had been looking up at the sky already and pumping his fist.
3-0 the count to Utley. You mean Frankie Rodriguez, because Alex is the one hitting.
Frankie. He can celebrate.
Well, the Phillies fans are hoping for a celebration here tonight. They need some base runners. Chase ahead 3-0. Ball 4, and they've got 1. Now they need another one to bring the tying run to the plate.
Like you said, Tom, Bard has good stuff, good arm, but he has allowed some base runners, and this is not a familiar role. But they gave him some really good wiggle room, especially with that 3rd run.
Yeah, I mean, saving 7 up at Hadlock Field in Portland, Maine is a little different than saving a game here at Citizens Bank Park.
Yeah, I guess.
Jason Worth tonight has struck out twice. He's walked twice. He's popped to center. So he's looking for his first base hit in this ball game. There goes Utley. They're going to let him go, and there's a strike, and it's 0-1. 98 miles an hour. That's some cheese right there.
Oh, yeah, that's what the reports on him is. He can really throw hard. Another base runner. Get that tying run up there. Whoa. Man.
That's some loud chin music.
98, too. He throws a breaking ball now. I mean, you might have some severe knee lock. Oh, boy. They've never seen this guy before. Now you go up there and he does this, and that'll get your attention.
1 ball, 2 strikes the count.
Ward said that one was 99.
That's what our gun said here, too.
Oh, man, can they bring some bullets out of the bullpen?
The University of North Carolina is Bard. I'd like to hear these numbers. And a breaking ball, and Worth is down on strikes. That's the 32nd strikeout of this ball game. 1 away. Bard in college. This can't be right. Yes, it is. 235 strikeouts in 3 years as a reliever.
98 fastball and a little right biting slider there. That's a pretty good combo.
Yeah, the innings must be off on this one. 235 235 strikeouts in 70 in the third innings. That can't be right. That can't be right. There's not enough outs.
I don't think so.
Must have been some wild pitches and pass balls.
Yeah.
Well, he had a lot of strikeouts.
Yeah.
Here's Ryan Howard.
You get the point.
Ryan has struck out 3 times. But he's also homered. That tied the game in the 9th inning. Now he's just looking to get on. Chase is on second base. No balls and 2 strikes to count. Well, here is that 9th inning home run.
Here's the reason why we're still playing. The bell was ringing.
And Ryan is down on strikes. 2 outs. 2 strikeouts for Barr.
This guy's going to a pretty good breaking ball all of a sudden.
Ryan has struck out 4 times tonight to go along with that home run. So Chase is still on second base. Raul Ibanez is the last hope for the Phillies with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 13th inning. Raul's got 2 hits tonight and runs scored. That's a pop in that glove. Like Bobby Parnell for the Mets.
With a better breaking ball.
Oh, that's going to hurt. Oh, man.
But here comes a tying run.
That's a painful, painful hit by pitch right there.
You hope that didn't get any bone.
That's a big man that just took that ball.
You're not looking at his hand.
No, I don't think he is. I think that's his shoulder. I think that hit the World Series logo on his jersey.
It might have been like a tricep shot. Boy, that's going to be sore. There we go again. We're talking about pitching inside in these spots. Happened a few times tonight now late in the game.
Third Phillies batter to be hit by a pitch in this ball game. That's where it hit him right there above the elbow. And now Shane Victorino. He is the tying run. And he takes a fastball for strike 1.
And nobody holding anybody on, of course. They could care less about those 2 runs out there right now. They don't mean anything. So everybody's way deep in their infield. There you see.
Outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Chris Coast has come out in the on-deck circle for the Phillies. He'll bat for the pitcher if we can get that far. There's Chris. On the hands, a looper down the left field line, just foul.
That would have worked.
Yeah, that would have. Figure that Utley would have scored. Ibanez would have gotten into scoring position. Victorino would have been in scoring position.
Fastball in on Shane and sliced it down the line and 5 feet foul.
How he would break his bat up. 1-2 the count. Phillies have won the last 2 extra inning games. 3 in a row, counting this one. Shane staying alive. Just been some staff down in North Carolina. Andrew Miller, Bard.
Yeah, that could have been fun for those college hitters.
Again, the 1-2. And a breaking ball, and he went around. The bat went with the body. And how appropriate that tonight's ball game with 34 strikeouts ends on a strikeout as Dan Bard strikes out 3 here in the